Dear all, a very warm welcome to the second edition of Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards Virtual Conclave 2023. I'm Sapna Srivastava, editor of Realty Plus, your host for the day, and let's begin with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
On that positive note, we also express our sincere appreciation to our partners of this event, business media partner, BW Business World Group, online media partner, Exchange for Media Group, and the event is organized by Team Realty Plus. So without further ado, let's begin the conclave with a brief introduction of Realty Plus.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities. Keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Triptikadia, publisher and business head Realty Plus. And before we start with the proceedings of the day, let me also inform you all that the event is being live streamed on the Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and on the Realty Plus LinkedIn and Realty Plus Facebook pages. I also take this opportunity to share with you all that we have received an overwhelming response to the Realty Plus Idea Awards 2023, and on popular demand, the awards nominations final deadline has now been extended till June 6th. So there is still some more time for all of you out there to rush in your entries. Do not miss. June 6th is the extended deadline for awards nominations, and the Realty Plus Idea Awards will be held on June 15th on the virtual platform. And now, coming back to today's program, let me give you an overview of the aim of today's conclave and the topics that we will be discussing. Friends, we all agree that sales and revenue generation are the life wire of any business. And in the last 2-3 years, Indian real estate has rapidly adopted digital technologies in its sales and marketing to promote brand awareness and to be able to connect with the customers. But for sure, real estate business is not an easy one to run. And the online world has created a completely new market. Digital marketing is becoming a norm rather than an exception. And what has become important for marketeers now is to deliver more personalized experiences across multi-channel marketing approach. But what is the right way to grow our business and boost sales digitally is still a question that is asked often. So today's conclave will cover topics from digital marketing, content marketing, and lead generation. And I promise our very eminent experts from the real estate, tech companies, and creative agencies joining with us here today will give us a huge lot of clarity on the latest marketing strategies, content creation, and advanced automation tools. So our first session speakers are all here, and let's begin our first panel discussion of the day on the very popular topic, as I mentioned, digital marketing, and discussing the best ways to measure investment in digital promotion. Let me introduce our session members. The session will be chaired by Nipun Sharma, Senior Director and Chief Marketing Officer, India Salesforce. Nipun Sharma has more than 20 years of experience developing businesses, multi-channel marketing, and delivering revenue-generating initiatives in companies like Adobe, Apple, GE, and Hughes. Introducing our speaker in alphabetical order, I welcome Mr. Ashish Kaul, Chief Marketing Officer, Hero Realty. He has over 29 years of leadership experience across media and entertainment, arts and culture, FMCG, infrastructure, and project management. He has built brands and businesses based up and played a key role in creating legendary brands like Dish TV, Indian Cricket League, DNA Newspaper, Playwin Lottery, Z News Limited, Hinduja's content and film business, Z Cine Awards, Fun Republic, etc. Ashish has served as Group President of SL Group and Z Network, as CEO of Prakash Jha Films, as Business Head of Hinduja Group's content business, and Business Head and Country Manager of Bajaj Herbals, among many others. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Mr. Karthik Sahu, Founder, Brandland Advertising Private Limited. Mr. Sahu has over 15 years of experience in sales and marketing, which includes 5 years of entrepreneurial journey. He introduced Brandland to advertising world with unique concept of brand mitra. The team with expertise in real estate marketing specializes in real estate project launch marketing and manages more than 120 clients. Karthik has led over 30 real estate brand consulting, 250 plus activations so far, and has pioneered in introducing Brand Expo in BTL marketing. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Mr. Mohit Mishra, Head of Marketing, Office Businesses, DLF Limited. Mohit Mishra is an integrated marketing and communication specialist with an experience of more than 20 years handling integrated marketing and brand communication on an array of consumer and business brands with leading advertising and communication agencies in India. His expertise includes digital marketing, brand strategy, branded content creation, strategic business tie-ups, and partnerships. Our next panel member is Mr. Pradeep Vijayadev, Head Digital Marketing Brigade Group. Pradeep Vijayadev is a sales, marketing, and branding professional with experience in industries like real estate, construction, and insurance. He has been in the real estate industry for over 10 years, and at Brigade Group, Pradeep drives all the digital marketing initiatives for the residential business unit. He is an advocate of data-driven marketing with decisive and analytical thinking with an ability to create new sales and marketing programs. Next member of this panel, I introduce Mr. Rajiv Dash, Head Sales and Marketing, Adani Realty, an experienced marketing and sales professional with FMCG and consumer research background. Mr. Dash has been building brands through innovative marketing and sales approaches. He has been strongly involved in lead generation, sales strategy execution, and product development, including market research across his career. Our final panel member for this session is Mr. Tirthankar Ganguly, Chief Marketing Officer, Kalpataru Limited. Tirthankar is a consummate business leader with more than 19 years of global client-side multifaceted experience across industries and key business functions. He is currently rebooting the marketing mission, driving the digital transformation and MarTech innovation agenda for his real estate company, Kalpataru Limited. So this is our eminent panel for this discussion. Nipun, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much, Sapna, for the warm welcome. And I'm super excited to be here. I can see something on the video which I can't recognize. Okay, hoping everybody can still hear me. I am super excited to be here and looking for some smacking insights here from this great lineup of speakers. Just to set up the context, while there is a global slowdown and we keep hearing about it in the news, India real estate is still holding strong and kicking. Be it our good macroeconomics fundamentals, or be it a good domestic consumption, or the government focus on infrastructure, I think this sector is placed very well. And of course, you can see that because you can clearly see that it's a popular asset class over years which has performed. Now, while these are good tailwinds, there are some headwinds, and these are very unusual headwinds, if you think of it, that now all the consumer nowadays is very well informed, right? So we are now working with a very intelligent buyer, and which puts a lot of pressure on the marketeers, the real estate marketeers, to create breakthrough and differentiated campaigns. Like, how do you really break the clutter? So I want to kickstart this discussion with a confession that I'm a property buff, and that's why I was very excited to be here, in the sense that I love window shopping for houses. And so while I'm driving my car, my eyes should be on the road, but instead they are on the outdoor advertising, checking on new launches, right? And that's why I was so excited to moderate this session, just to understand how do the marketeers really design these campaigns. And with that, I want to pose my first question to Ashish Kaul, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of Hero Realty, a very seasoned marketeer who has built many brands from grounds up. And Ashish, my question to you is, according to you, how matured is real estate marketing in India in terms of processes, tech, and best practices?
Thank you, Nipun. Thank you for with me because of the network issue. I do not have a polite way of answering this question, but I think all of us are matured enough to handle the truth. And the truth that I have seen in my journey, especially with respect to real estate, that marketing is a big sham. Marketing at best, the way we do marketing, I can describe it in one word. It's a tukka, which is camouflaged by fancy words. Best. The keywords are luxurious, and you keep on, adding words to that and make it, and it's become a volume game, sometimes sadly. So I haven't come across people who even know the difference between marketing communications and marketing as a business operations function. It's a volume game. You drive a million leads and possibly then hope that because your inventory levels are so small, you're looking at a very, in terms of standard business operations, in terms of mass market goods, the inventories that we have, if these inventories were SKUs, then it's a minuscule. How many flats do you sell? 200, 300, 500 flats at the most. One go. So if you drive 1 million, to itne to biki jayenge. So there is no method. It's a very primitive industry when it comes to marketing, when it comes to articulating. We are still doing it the other way around. The right way of marketing is the best way to market is to create a product that will find a buyer. Here, it is a volume game that you create hype, you use fancy words, and itne log to aa hi jayenge, itna to bik hi jayega. And then there is, the incredible intervention of channel partners. And ultimately, there is still no way of knowing whether it is the sale happening through a channel partner, because ultimately a buyer goes to a platform where he gets better discount. So this is an industry which is devoid of consumer experience. This is an industry which is devoid of marketing. This is an industry driven by hype, driven by fancy tools, those jackets, and overtly glorification of words and more. So those are my initial thoughts that this industry does not understand the value of marketing. This is confused between using advertising and marketing. That's the best way that I can describe this. Are you able to hear me, Nipun?
Yes, yes, sir. We can hear you. We heard your thought.
One thing that I can add here is the the performance marketing part of it, because we are living in a digital age. It is I have seen there is tremendous reliance on your partner who is handling your performance marketing. It is not the internal teams that handle. Internal teams are clueless even to the I have known so many of them. I find them absolutely clueless even in terms of being able to I understand it's a digital, when everybody, I see so many profiles every day in and day out, everybody has suddenly become a digital expert, but the technical part of digital is still very primitive. We're not doing it the right way. And there's no shame in admitting that. When I'm saying we, I'm using we. We includes me also. This is a nascent industry. This is the sad part is we're not accepting that we don't know. And therefore, reliance on these digital intermediaries who sell you anything. As I said, whatever is working today, if you cross your heart and be and hope to be honest, it is simply driving volumes in terms of lead. उस 1,00,000 लीड में से आपके 100 फ्लैट तो बिक ही जाएंगे. आप नहीं बेच पाओगे तो आपका चैनल पार्टनर तो बेच ही देगा. That is not marketing. That is anything but marketing.
Thank you so much. It's just coming to be able to admit this and putting it up so fearlessly. I think I admire that. And I would love to see if anybody else wants to take a dig at this. And I see Rajib's hand going up. So Rajib, yeah, over to you.
I agree a bit what Asis was talking about it. But there are a lot of ways that one can do marketing, and it all depends on different segments. So one point that I don't agree with Asis is that across segment, it's not the same story. And then you may have a story in affordable segment, but when you come to premium segment, depending upon different micro markets, when it becomes very competitive, it's not only selling the numbers, it becomes critical that you get the numbers along with the pricing. So when it becomes pricing story, you have to get a premium in the market, and also you need to get your sales velocity going on. Then the key is marketing. I think that is where one has to see, but it can be the story of different micro markets, because real estate works locally and also micro market driven. So when you have a lot of supply in that market and demand is not as per the supply, and you have to get a pricing, which is premium than your competition or than the market expected, then the marketing becomes the differentiator. And I can tell you that it's not only the differentiator, but also it drives your sales volume through generating more leads. And today we have seen in real estate, it's about digital, where we get 70% of your leads coming through digital medium. So those leads may not be giving you 70% sales, but it may giving you 20-25% sales. For the 70% lead gives you the entire distribution. And when I mean, what I mean by distribution is that when you do digital, you spend 30% of money, but you generate 70% leads. At the same time, you generate only 30% sales through digital medium. But the reach that it gives you in terms of getting the distribution across the micro market and also beyond the micro market, that is possible because of digital. And today, thanks to digital and real estate, marketing cost has come down. Where when we used to do a lot of ATL activity through newspaper, print ads, and hoardings, today digital has taken over to a maximum extent. And I can see the lead generation process. And today, not only the lead generation that happens through digital, but the lead tracking. I think critical thing is lead tracking, from where it is getting generated and where it's getting ended. Whether it's getting ended with a booking or it's getting ended with a referral sale. He may not be buying, but getting us a referral. So the entire chain is today driven by digital story. And I will say that today marketing is not only critical, but digital marketing is very critical for success story of any brand. And its brand, if you want to make it a premium brand, your equity has to go up, and also you're creating a product which is not universal to a segment that you can play to the entire base. Then digital marketing or placing your product in a better positioning is required, and that is possible through digital marketing.
Got it. I mean, that's again very useful information. Rajiv, since you head sales and marketing for Adani Realty, and now that I have you, I just wanted to ask you, I know that you're a big advocate of digital marketing, like you just said, 70% of your leads coming from digital. We now understand also that while digital has a lot of pros, but digital is really infringing into the customer's privacy in the sense that the customers are now over communicated. Their mailbox is mostly full. There are spam calls. There is spam text messages. So how do you personalize the marketing messages to the potential buyers? And what is your strategy there? I can hear some echo. Can other people go on mute? Thank you. Rajiv, you are on mute now. Rajiv, you have to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
So, Nipun, there are two ways to look the whole thing about how you personalize or customize your offering to the customer in a real estate kind of category. One is that it's critical that how you collect the data. Right? Today, the data is the most important thing, that when you are talking about customizing your offering to the customer or doing a personal offer. The data that you collect at the site, and I'm not talking about the data getting collected through outside media like Facebook display ad or any Google search ad, but I'm talking about purely the people visiting to the site. So today, when you look at the major bucket of the data that we collect is people visiting the site, which we call it, a term it as VDNB, so visited but not booked. So that data, when the customer comes to the site, we try to capture qualitative inputs from the customer in terms of their insights about the project and what they're looking for. And once we collect the data from the prospects, and then we try to bucket it into different segments. Like there are a customer who is looking for a school. So they start asking, probing about how many schools are close by, what are the mediums are there. There are customers, those who look for hospitals. There are customers who look for malls. There are different customers for office space close by. When we started getting the insight from the customer who visited the site, we tried to bucket it into 3-4 different buckets. So once I bucket into, like say, school, hospital, retail mall, office space, then we make 4-5 different communication. And then we don't put one generic communication to the entire database that we have. Because our database is a gold mine for us. Because this customer knows about the brand, he visited the site, he knows the project. So we try to customize by offering different communication to different buckets. If the bucket is the family looking for the school, then I will have a communication that we make through the marketing team, which talks about the school, nearby schools, and what are the offerings from the school. If the a person is looking for something close to the office space, then we offer what are the infrastructure development which is happening. So there are different communications that gets targeted, and that is purely done through our data that we collect at the site. So that's the customization. Second thing that we're trying to do, and we, to an extent, we have started doing that in terms of data mining, is that the chatbot which is there in the website. So when you have a chatbot and the people come to the website and start doing the chatting, we figured out what are the kind of queries they're putting into the chatbot. Are they asking queries related to different configuration? Are they asking queries related to, again, hospital or school or infrastructure story? Then you know where to target this customer. Then we bracket it into different buckets, saying that, okay, this customer is infrastructure story. This customer is a family story. You need to have a family where the amenities, your product amenities becomes critical. Again, then we bucket it and start putting the emailer communication or a chat, WhatsApp communication accordingly as per their requirement. So that is the two ways that we do it currently. The third way that we are starting to do is that data mining process through artificial intelligence. But that's the initial stage that we are trying to mining the data that we have entirely. So where we can do a cross sell or a upgrade to the customer. And that is the data again that we have, because we have a couple of projects in Bombay and different parts of Maharashtra. So that data collection from different sites and we are mining the data to understand whether there's a possibility of doing cross sell, or whether there's a possibility of doing a second home sale, or a possibility of upgrading the customer. So that is done through data mining and trying to understand customer through different ways. And that is where we are doing the personal touch to the customer and customer customization. The last point that I would like to say is that when it becomes a luxury segment, your customer looks some kind of product offering which is customized to the customer requirement. Like if I'm selling a luxury segment, customer expect that it should be a flexi home, that I can build my interiors in a way that I want to do it. So that becomes flexi home, that I can remove this pillar, which is not a load bearing pillar, and I can extend my kitchen or extend my living room. So that becomes customization as an offering from a brand when the customer is looking for a luxury segment or a premium segment, because their requirements are different and they're looking for different offering. The same thing with flexi payment. So I'll say that customization as an offering is flexi home, where you can do flexibility in terms of interior designing and putting different furniture layout in the apartment. And second thing is the flexi payment plans. Today, people are not looking for the standard payment plan. If you can have a flexibility in terms of building a payment plan, then customer is very happy. And that happens in a premium to luxury segment. We are seeing a lot of people ask for flexi payment plan. So if you can work out a flexi payment, that's been very successful. So flexi homes and flexi payment plan. That's
right.
a mantra.
No, it's good you mentioned about both customization and personalization. Both are very different topics, but how you cover both customization from a product perspective and personalization from a marketing perspective, I think you have it both covered. I think that's a very good insight. And I love the fact that you are building 360 customer view. In fact, we in Salesforce also create a 360 view of our customers, where we know exactly what they need, when they have come, what they have bought, what are their interests, using Salesforce technology. So it's something which is very central and most of the companies are doing now. My question, just a follow-up question, that when you create this customer 360 view, you said you scan the chatbots and you gather a lot of information digitally. Does a lot of information also comes from your offline AE, your sales people on the field, who also provide the information of what this customer wants, and that gets consolidated into creating a customer 360 view? Or is it mostly digital?
Absolutely. It's mostly digital because when we are doing data entry at the site level, that goes through SFDC, the Salesforce package. And when it's captured in SFDC, the data clearly mentions what the configuration they're looking for, price point, any qualitative insight. So once the sales guy does the engagement with the prospect at the site, he fills up the form at the end saying that what is the status of the lead? Is it hot, warm, or cold? And what is the reason for doing that? And what is the consumer insight? So those are clearly picked up through SFDC process that we have. And second thing here is that the channel partner. I think today the channel partner is very critical. And what Ashish was talking about, the channel partner contribution to real estate, depending upon different segments, the channel partner plays a critical role. And they are the biggest influencer in real estate as of now, depending upon micro markets and also the segments. But if I have to think about an influencer in real estate, that's a channel partner. And they give you a lot of data insight about the consumer because they show the customer 3-4 properties and they know that where the customer stands after seeing 3-4 properties. And that's the insight they give you. And that can play a different communication in market. If you know that you are the second, not the first in terms of choice from the customer point of view, then you know what is the strength of the first guy. And then you change your communication to the customer based on that input that you get from channel partner. And that's been very critical.
Right. Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you for sharing practical experiences. I think one can learn the most from when you hear what somebody is actually implementing. So thank you for that. I want to cover another topic now that I broached upon when we started, which is about the customer being very informed now and being very intelligent. The real estate customer is becoming smarter by the day, as much just how my kid is smarter than what I was at her age, right? So they're much more informed, they're much more hooked on to the technology. So my question is to Karthik Sahu, who's the CEO and founder of Brandland Advertising, that how do you what kind of behavior do you see happening in the consumer behavior? How is it changing over the years? And how do we adapt the marketing in a way that we are able to address this change in behavior?
First of all, namaste to all the panels and thank you for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
So when it comes to the behavioral change and in marketing, the two, somehow I'm kind of going back to the Mr. Asish's discussion. Somehow I'm kind of agreed to his talk. I'll come to that point, but let me answer your things. Like how do we consumer behavior change and all that. Going back to the marketing things, like starting from the ages when marketing communication used to deliver by this. Imagine there is no internet. Just for the sake, all the panels we're talking about digital and all that. Let's imagine there is no digital at all and all that. How do we do even the marketing and all that? I'm just talking first marketing, then we'll come to digital. We'll come to the marketing, which has been the marketing is happening ages and ages and ages. When there was a king and all that, they used to do the drums and roll to communicate what they want to communicate to their prajas and all that, right? And similarly, maybe the pigeon time and all that. Then coming to a time when pigeon delivering the messages to the the receiver and the WhatsApp message today are chatbot servers or Raji servers to chatbot and ChatGPT and all that, right? The behavioral changes has been changed definitely from those era to this era and all that, and the kind of mobile penetration is happening almost 1.1 billion right now in India. 70% people have smartphones. Probably the India is the top three in terms of internet cost. In of the world, right? With almost 48% internet. So obviously, the fact is the behavioral changes have to happen. There is no doubt. But my point is coming to I kind of divide this thing in a little lighter note. I belong to the 90s era. I'm sure people will connect with me. Nipun at least will connect with me. Right? 90s era. We all belong to 90s era. When Nokia was connecting people, right? Much before that, we were well connected at the personal level, behavioral way and all that. We were well connected to that, right? When Nokia started connecting and the whole era of, we have seen the whole era changing in last 20 years or 10, 15 years of changing delivering the communication, delivering the marketing, marketing communication, sales process, sales funnel, which used to be, and coming to the real estate industry as well. Everything has been changed. And again, there are two eras, what I feel. Again, in that particular era, there are two eras. One is pre-COVID and then the post-COVID. I belongs to an industry, I belongs to a kind of a company where we actually believe in the BTL or the local marketing or hyper local marketing. The reason is most of the real estate, all of esteemed panels are from real estate background and all that. All of this real estate and all that. What is their thesis? What is that? If somebody is launching in Bangalore, let's say one particular place in Whitefield, will he do marketing to JP Nagar, which is 30 kilometers away from Whitefield? I don't think so. Usually in Whitefield, if somebody is putting, they usually look for within plus 10-kilometer radius of marketing. That is where the comes from the BTL marketing options, where we reach out to the people in near and around. Similarly, I'm sure Rajiv sir has already spoken about the digital marketing through. I'm sure when they are also targeting through PPC or Google AdWords or SEO and all, they would definitely target with the people wise and all. They will never target somebody who is staying 40 kilometers away from Whitefield and all. So the local marketing is very, very, very important in case of real estate marketing, what I'm trying to say. So the behavioral changes we saw in that particular COVID time, when it was COVID and all that, sudden behavior of digital things and all that, almost 82% people just didn't search, they didn't Google, they didn't negotiate, also started buying through 360 virtual reality market and all. There are many companies came up. In fact, we ourselves started something called virtual expo, right? Exhibition. Property exhibition virtually, putting up all our regular clients on the board over there and promoting to the million of people in Bangalore and other places. People can check out the project, people can see the virtual reality and all that during the COVID time. Even I remember, I want to name the brand if it's not a problem. Purvankara and all also started here. Purvankara is one of the brand in Bangalore. They also started virtual reality for their project. I'm sure many of the real estate over here would have started during the COVID time, virtual reality and all. When there was no option of visiting the site, the only one particular keyword in any real estate or any real estate builder, what they look for, no matter wherever they generate the leads, digital or non-digital, is site visit. Site visit is the heart of any real estate, heart of any real estate. Talk anybody. Rajiv sir can say that we have generated 100 million leads, but million leads and how many coming to the site visit is one is marketing and one is the sales. End of the day, every builder, every channel right now, what do they want to do? Sales. Just Ashish sir ne kaha 200, 300 plus per sales. Everybody wants to do the sales and all that, right? So marketing and sales somehow I feel completely a different aspect of it. Now again the behavioral change changing from pre-COVID to post-COVID. Now again people coming back to that particular area what it was in 2019 or 2018. They will search online, they will Google online, they will negotiate probably online. They will talk on the chatbot through with Rajiv sir's sales team and all that online. But when it comes to buying, my question to other panel as well after I finished up, please somebody could answer that. My question is that can they buy? Can they buy online real estate like you buy vegetables, paints, cloths? Nowadays it's not necessary that I need to try my clothes, then I buy my clothes. No, nowadays I don't have to actually go and try my glass and buy my glass. I can do it online as well. I don't need to go to market and buy the vegetables. I can put it in the cart and buy. Do you really think all the esteemed panel in maybe future in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, or 100 years, will there be a time when people can buy home online by putting it in the cart like they buy vegetables and all that? They might show an interest to buy one particular site or one particular real estate project and all online. End of the day, still the human touch, the site visit, by going there. If I want to buy a real estate project, before I become a marketer, let me talk to as a consumer or customer and all that. If I want to buy in a house and all that, or Rajiv sir wants to buy, or Ashish sir wants to buy, or anybody in the panels wants to buy a house, I may go and Google it. I want a house within 10 kilometers this radius or 5 kilometer radius and all that. Then I compare that with other brands and all that. Then I negotiate. Then I shortlist 5, 6 of apartment and all. What do I do next? I go and visit. What do I do next? What is the sales funnel? What is our basic of marketing? What do I do next? Then I take my wife. Next, if my mom is around, then I took my mom. Real estate buying is not just about what you buy, it is all about emotion. Trust me, sir, even today's world, chat GPT or any AI form or you get it any, still doesn't have emotion. So somehow we all believe or we all have to rely on that particular emotion, what we all have a human emotion.
I think
So-
Karthik, I think you bring in a very interesting, before you move into the other point, I think one important thing you brought in was emotion. And always when any kind of purchase happens, it is a mix of emotion and logic. So I just a question I want to throw up to everybody else, like how important emotion plays a role versus logic, practicality. Is it different? I'm sure it's very different in the case of residential purchase versus a commercial purchase. I'm sure residential is more skewed towards an emotional decision and brand playing, brand connect, and even the messaging and campaigns to be more related to family, which is what we see in the outdoor ads. Well, commercial would be very different. Anybody who wants to comment on that? Like, yeah, Mohit, before I actually was about to move on to you, I just wanted to say that's a beautiful building behind you, a shipbuilding, and my office was once very close to that. And just want to introduce you so people know that you are the next one speaking. You're the head of marketing for DLF, and specifically looking after the office, the business side of things, the office marketing. And and I think not only this, if you can just cover how commercial and residential marketing, they're a different ballgame altogether, right? I think that'd be great.
Thank you, Nipun. Thank you, Sapna, Tripti, and the Realty Plus team for having me here. It's really wonderful to listen to all of you guys. And in fact, I want to start by the thread of the question that was put on to me, to all of us actually. How emotion is important when I look at marketing. And Nipun was talking about how it's going to be different in real estate between residential and commercial. I can answer that. Nipun, I am a very firm believer of marketing, which is the human-to-human marketing. I don't agree with B2B or B2C. B2B and B2C are just jargons, as Ashish put in his part in. Every marketing that you do, irrespective of what category you are doing marketing for, is a human-to-human marketing. H to H and not B2C or B2B to start with. Emotion plays a very important role. When you buy residential, you look at yourself and your family. When you look at leasing in commercial spaces, you look at your entire organization. And the people who decide, they may be designations of a CFO, CXO, purchase head, the real estate head, facility head behind them. When they look at leasing decision in commercial also, but at the end of the day, they're still human beings. So yeah, money is important because you're talking about 9-year leases, you're talking about very, very serious business. But emotion is one of the parameters on which you also decide. And that's exactly the difference that we also try to bring to the table. It's not about marketing of buildings. It's not about leasing of buildings. And we're talking about buildings where people come and work. I mean, they spend 12 hours of their day here. They come, they live, they play, they eat, and they go back to their homes happy. And that's why even when you look at marketing communications in the commercial sector, the emotion plays as important a role as it plays in the residential one. In fact, Nipun, I heard you when you when you began the entire session and you talked about why you love real estate and you love window shopping. I mean, that's exactly the difference between residential and commercial. So, and it's a cricketing season, so I'll put a contrast there. So, while a residential marketing may be a 2020 or a one-day match, one-day tournament. I mean, World Cup is just around the corner. Real estate marketing in commercial is like a test match. I mean, you play them session by session. There are 3 sessions in a day. Then there are 4 innings that people play on. 2 innings they bat, 2 innings they ball, and that's how residential commercial marketing is. It's very, very different from the way people do the in and out impact advertising in the residential side. In commercial one, you don't sell, people don't buy, you lease them out, and you start a new relationship. And that's how the difference comes in. You're talking about leases that are 9-year long leases. You're talking about leases where there's an option of renewal every 3 years. And when I look back the last 3 years of pandemic, the respect for marketing in the entire commercial space has really gone notches up by the industry guys, as well as to the tenant partners that I'm talking to. The last 3 years, when people had money, they buy a residential. When they don't have money, they defer a decision. But when we look at organizations who are in the commercial assets, the employees need to come back to work. They need to come back safer. The organization needs to ensure that when the employees come back to work, they're in a safe environment. They are in an environment which is the most productive one. And there may be jargons like hybrid working and then we work from home and all of that, which are all result of pandemic. But what hasn't changed is this entire feeling that when the employee come back to work, there's camaraderie, there is teamwork, and the efficiency and the productivity of employees when they work as cohesively as a team. So we are talking about now in the last 3 years of in the commercial space. When we talk about, it's not about what is the value per square feet as the residential guys talk, but we're talking about now experience per square feet in the commercial spaces. That's very important. I mean, the organization that you had, Marketing for Salesforce, is one such tool where I look at multiple layers of my communication with the prospective audience or with the current audience also. When you talk about 9-year leases, the marketing doesn't just have to help enable a leasing at the entry of that client into a business. After 3 years, when I have an exit fear, when the organization have a chance of exiting a commercial lease after the 3-year lock-in period, marketing plays a huge role in retention. All the last 3 years of business, when people are not coming to offices, it was digital marketing that enabled organizations to reach out to the consumers, irrespective of wherever they are. So the entire backbone of commercial real estate was about engagement, experience, and marketing played a huge role in it. So residential, maybe as Ashish Paul said, it's a lot of gimmick, a lot of high words and all. I mean, you throw in money, you throw in hype, some leads get generated, you target some of them, you convert them. Rajiv fantastically talked about how marketing was important from a thing about the clients whom we choose and do business from. For commercial commercial business, marketing was very, very paramount, for the very reason that these consumers were not coming to offices. My organizations had my tenant partners have a doubt when should I get my employees back? When they come back, will there be a fear of virus around them? Will there be a fear of working them in a safe environment? Marketing did this entire soft cushioning and marketing this entire informative drive, so to say. So when the people are not coming to campuses, we reached out to them. We ensured them that these office buildings inside the indoor air, all of that is clean. Viruses are not there. It's a safe environment for you. So I mean, to the extent that we went into proactive investment on indoor air conditioning and indoor air quality for the very reason that these are the things that matter to people. So whether the virus travel inside an indoor environment or not. So those are things that we invested in proactively. It's not about tenant partner asking for it. And marketing did this role of in translating those info bites, those important parameters of judging an office space to the tenant employees who are all working from home in that last 3 years period. So again, coming back to your root question about commercial and real estate, residential and commercial advertising, what's the difference? So one residential may be high impact, in and out, you sell and then you move on to the next project. But commercial real estate marketing is all about engagement, retention, playing with the clients. You grow with a few clients, you grow the free accounts, and you retain them. That's not about presence in one campuses. I mean, we are a pan-India player, about 40 million square feet pan-India. So I'm looking at the long-term relationship across cities, and that is why all of this entire marketing automation and tools like Salesforce help us. It's like a test match, Nipun. And
very exciting. Yeah. Very, very exciting to hear that. And I totally agree with the experience per square feet approach which you have. In the auto industry, in travel industry, it's experience per mile. And we always keep hearing how marketing is the engine behind driving that experience, and how is the custodian, not just driving that experience, but also the custodian of that experience. And we marketers all have a very important role to play with all the data and sophistication and technology, which we can use to deliver very, very targeted and personalized campaigns. So it was exceptionally great hearing you. And I'll move on to my next next topic. And we spoke about the consumer behavior and how nowadays, more and more of our consumers are on social and mobile, and they're really moving a lot, and they're engaging with brands in a very omni-channel way. And now I have two speakers. Both of them are exceptionally experienced. Pradeep Vijaydev, who's head of digital marketing in Brigade, and I would start with him. and then we'll move to Tirthankar Ganguly, who's a CMO in Kalpataru. My question is more around that we have, more and more people now looking at omni-channel ways. They're looking at information online, right from doorknobs to the home itself. And then they're of course doing the site visits. And, three-quarter of the product searches are happening online. And then they keep moving between online, offline. How do you capture these journeys? How do you, and what is the, like, how do you split between, first question is, how do you capture these journeys between digital and non-digital?
Okay. Good afternoon, and it's nice to be, and thanks for having me here. And it's really great to hear all speakers speak in depth about the topics they're interested in and understanding the landscape of digital marketing. Thanks, Nipun. I mean, the question is like capturing the interest of the potential buyers online. I mean, as you rightly mentioned, there are more than 75% real estate buying that is happening is through online at this point in time. Now, if I have to encapsulate my answer into a keyword, like I would say what drives, or I think the best about driving content is about creating the compelling content. I think that's the keyword. If you have to really emphasize and elaborate what is a compelling content which actually engages or captures the interest of the potential buyers online, in a plain simple words, it's a piece of information that is relevant to the audience and which ensures they interact with them, they engage with the source or the generator of the content. I mean, that is where the first initiation of the starts. I mean, if somebody wants to start buying, start in searching content online, first they do is like look out for the relevancy. Now, this piece of information that is relevant to the audience keeps on evolving as they move through the buyer's cycle. I mean, if you talk about buyers go through a cycle of becoming a suspect, then the prospect, then to a customer. That's the buyer cycle that we talk about. The relevancy keeps on evolving as they navigate through this cycle. For example, if I have to say, let's say the content at the initial stage of a suspect would be probably, he'll be at an information gathering stage, right? He'll be looking at understanding the specific micro markets within the city, or it might be the industry trends, the rental yields, or it might be about the home loan interest rates. So these are the content which will be very relevant to him at the very early stage of his home buying process. As they actually move, as they move up the buying cycle, what they do is like they move into a confirmative stage from a information gathering stage. I mean, that's where the relevancy shifts from a specific content, like probably the number of builders who are available in that particular micro market, and what are the reputation of the builder, the definition of the construction quality, the delivery track record, and also the quality of communities they want to be associated with. And then they reach the final stage in terms of the validation content, where they go for the user generated content in terms of your customer reviews, probably the expert reviews, and also having the price comparisons. I think this is the stages where the whole shift of a customer journey pans out when they start searching online. And now the big question, or $1 million question that comes to it, is like, how do we engage when customers searching online for different causes and having those buyers journey cycle online? How do we actually get them to a digital ecosystem? I mean, that's what the question is, right? I mean, there are more than million searches which happens who are searching for home in a specific micro markets. How do we make them relevant to our brand and get them to a digital ecosystem? It might be, I would say the best way I divide it into two aspects of it. One, what I call it as a digital vehicles, where we actually, how we curate or create content in about reaching out to this relevant audience who are there online. It might be through your blog posts, it might be through your videos, creating infographics, podcasts, social media influencers, editorials, or it might be about the online ads as well. Now, the second aspect of is like, how are you going to take this digital vehicles and how are you going to drive this content to a relevant platforms? It might be through your website, it might be your social media channels, or it might be through the aggregators, affiliates channels that are available, or even the company-owned communication channels. So by this, you're able to drive and engage those audience who are there at the web and bring them back to your digital ecosystem. I think that is what the key is. Now, if I have to remember, it's all about being consistent and being adaptive about being with the market trends, and being relevant to your audience makes them more engaging with you. I think that is what is very crucial for success in terms of making sure they are relevant and they are there with you and capturing their intent. I think that's one part of it. And second, you also asked about what is the split between digital and the non-digital marketing. truly in today's age in time, I think the lines are blurred between digital and non-digital, right? I mean, people are actually moved towards an omni-channel experience where companies or organizations are talking about creating that inclusive experience. I mean, they're talking about the lifetime value of a customer, where we talk about more of a customer touch points rather than defining about the channels. What we say, even what we call it as an attributions. I mean, instead of looking at a clear demarcation between a digital, non-digital, or a referral or a channel partner, we see how we can actually become an integrated ecosystem, measure the touch points, and enhance the customer experience is what we are looking at. I think that's what actually create the lifetime value for a customer within the organization. I mean, if I have to, put a point or put a number to it at this point in time, digital or non-digital, purely in a number per se, I would give it around 50-50, Nipun.
Thanks again. I think again, really good inputs, and thanks for sharing. How you are doing targeting micro markets and crafting journeys which are building across the customer journey, and around awareness, consideration, purchase. I think all great inputs. And I would also like to invite Tatanka to tell us, what does he feel about these digital journeys, and basically, technology is now playing more and more important role in automating these journeys, so that one doesn't have to be sitting and pushing out, these journeys, tracking it very closely. All is now done in a very sophisticated manner. So, what is Trikanda's your inputs on the same topic?
Yeah, hi Nipun, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic, great. So Nipun, before I jump into answering the specific point related to customer journey and automation that you asked about, I just wanted to take 30 seconds to go back to where we started. Can't resist the clickbait which was thrown by Ashish. So anyway, Joe. A reason why there is a high level of, I would say the highest level of involvement which the customer has in buying this product, irrespective of whether you buy it at 50 lakhs or you buy at say 4 crores in Delhi NCR, which I'm sure is a very expensive product there, which is like a starting price in Bombay, or you buy say a 50 or I do a 200 crore or 250 crore deal with a single buyer for 4 or 5 apartments in Bombay. This is the most expensive check you will ever write in your life. So no category comes close to it. So even if you think of any other category of product which the same customer buys, so if I look at somebody who stays maybe in a 20 crore house, drives a Merc E-Class, what, 75 lakhs? No comparison, right? So and that's the maximum volume of product that is sold in a category like say automobile. So in real estate, I think that is the reason why we see a lot of people who deal with FMCG, who deal with so-called distribution-led products, are not being able to appreciate what happens on this side of the border as far as real estate is concerned. That's the reason why there is a huge amount of and then the purchase cycle. So it's such a long gestation period of buying. And then even after buying, the consumption starts after 5-6 years. So the level of engagement that you need to connect with and need to deliver with this client, as much as it provides you the opportunity, it also creates that much moments of dissonance, so as marketeers, you are not only concerned about the search, the purchase, and then even a large amount of post-purchase and before the actual consumption starts for you to even get a feedback into what you did. So that makes this category so unique, and so that's why the category codes are very, very different. And this category actually draws a lot from a large amount of from other categories, like say buying say high-end art, or experiencing a really rare bottle of Louis XIII's, or say a rare single malt. So if you were to think of it, that's one thing. The other thing is to look at is that when you spoke about the emotion part of it, it is aspirational for everybody. The guy who is buying at 50 lakhs, it is aspirational for him. And the guy who is buying a 50 crore apartment is also aspirational because he can't afford to buy a 200 crore apartment. So that is why, so there is no difference whether, aspirational means the product is only entry level. No, there is aspiration across. So that is why a large amount of communication which happens in this particular domain borders on that aspiration, because I don't sell you a brick and mortar home. What I am selling to you is what your life is going to be once you start using this home. And the home is something which you use 365 days of the year. You may not drive the same car. You may have 3 or 4 cars if you are living in a, say, premium apartment, but you stay in the same home, right? So that is the level of involvement which a customer end of the day has, which also drives the codes of this category. Now, coming to the digital part of it. See, the thing when creating the digital journey is, it goes back to the seamless. So these are the keywords, right? Seamless. I cannot force him to come to a platform which he is not used to. I have to go where he is. So that's where the choice of platform gets decided. And then a personalized experience. And today that personalization can, sorry, I think somebody is.
Everybody
okay.
could,
Yeah. So today personalization of experience is the key. And that as you go up the value chain, right from your entry level product to the top end luxury, that is what the customer is looking for. Does this company really know me? Or does he think I am like 20 or 200 or 2000 or 20,000 or 20 lakh other people in that segmentation that the brand manager has created and trying to straitjacket me into that? He's not accepting that anymore. That's why he's blocking out a large amount of mass communication, right? I'm not interested. You don't know me, right? So I need to guide him right from discovery to purchase, right? So first thing is that you need to ensure that the potential buyers can easily find your products and services, right? So this is what we achieve typically, like all of us do, right? Using various channels, like where your SEO comes in, your paid advertising comes in, your content marketing comes in, your social media, influencer marketing. Content is very important in real estate, and that is why huge amount of investment in creating digital twins today is very important, because the product doesn't travel. If you want to buy Nipun, you want to buy the new, say, E-Class 2023 model, Mercedes can bring the car to your premises and you can do a test drive. I can't bring my apartment to your premises. That's why we put such huge, I would say, premium on site visits, right? Today, a Mercedes doesn't want you to come to the showroom that much. You can buy the car digitally. But I can't do that because that my product really, that's why there is so much investments that going into creating good quality digital assets, which can mimic and be called a digital twin. And technology today is very democratic. You don't need enterprise level, I would say, bandwidth to be able to do that. Even a startup can create that because that is how tools today are available, right? Then you come to your awareness and consideration, right? Once potential buyers discover the offering, the idea is to provide them with valuable information which will build awareness and encourage consideration. We do it through many ways, like blog posts, videos. So videos are very important because our product is very visual. So that I would say, to give you a parallel, because you said you are not from the industry, when you want to book the next holiday, say in Seychelles or in Maldives, it is the visual that appeals to you, right? Which tells you which resort you'd want to spend those few days in as against somebody else. So same goes for our category. Our product is very, very visual. So that's why visual assets becomes very important, right? Then customer testimonies, right? Who do I believe, right? Somebody who's put his money on the table is far more believable than anybody else who can be a so-called influencer, even a channel partner, right? He has vested interest. What if the company is giving him a higher commission ladder? That's why he's trying to drive the product there. So you don't know that, right? And then, of course, the final is your evaluation and decision. So this is where facilitating that evaluation process by providing relevant product information, specification, comparison, review, which is a shopping tool, right? So which is what all other categories would do. If you are looking at, say, buying OLED TVs, you are looking at comparing, right? This is where a lot of those evaluation tools comes handy. And then finally, the purchase happens. Idea is to simplify the purchase process to minimize friction. I don't want you to go a turnaround, and I want you to be on where you are and to do that. And then the post-purchase engagement, because the consumption is going to happen after, say, 4 or 5 years, unless it's ready to move in. If it's an off plan, that is the amount of time that you take, right? Now, what we have realized is a lot of this used to be also called offline, using at the most maybe a call or an email at best in the past. Today, this entire journey can be automated and must be automated. Otherwise, you'll keep going back to justify to your CFO what happened to those 1 lakh leads and not being able to ascribe, which today is the easiest thing to do. That ascribing is the easiest thing to do in terms of right from the opportunity creation to the final purchase. How did the customer journey go through? And the tools allow us to do that today, right? So if I look at the automation part of it, discovery, of course, we implement a lot of analytic tools to track our website traffic, our user behavior, then conversions, and enabling data-driven decision-making for the entire team, right? Then a good CRM platform, which helps to automate my lead management and segmentation for targeted marketing. And I'm sure you would know we use the right platforms, and we use a lot of products from your organization, and rightfully so, because they have been proven to be, I would say, enterprise grade, effective, and reliable products, right? Then in terms of your awareness and consideration, that's where today a huge emphasis goes to maintaining first party data. It's good that we have been forced to do this with this imminent threat of cookies going away. Because if you don't know about somebody who is your customer, how do you expect that you're going to know about that so-called that imaginary entity out there in the open who's going to give you that business? So that is where implementing a good quality customer data platform becomes that much more important, because you need to consolidate first party data coming from so many sources. Even in low volume transaction industry like real estate, today the data comes from multiple sources. And that is where to consolidate that customer data from various sources to create a unified customer profile for giving personalized experiences become that much more important, right? Then in your evaluation and decision-making process, huge amount of today AI tools are available. And that's where that is personalization. So I can give you an idea, right? Today we have charted out around 8 to 10 nudge points from the time that you drop a lead. Say, suppose Nipun, you come to Kalpataru website to drop a lead, to the time that you actually decide to purchase, where I can create personalized communication, which is addressed to Nipun Sharma only and not to anybody else and through audiovisual means who will guide you through this process and nudge you using emotions and everything possible to take the next step, move to the next step, so that I can reduce the cart dropouts as much as possible, And then, of course, in the final process, the entire how the CRM marketing automation happens to the notifications and make it as seamless, Like that's where something like, say, a WhatsApp for business integration becomes so important, because we do business today on WhatsApp. If I send somebody an email, I send a WhatsApp to remind him that I've sent the email, because that's where the person is there 24/7 and not so much on the email anymore. So why don't I do business with him on WhatsApp, right? And then the entire post-purchase part of it, which is where your loyalty, referrals, rewards, and all of that comes in. So that's how the entire journey you can automate today and fully personalize. So the customer is I'm almost mimicking somebody he will trust, So why do you think people are completely blocking out ads and paying premium to block out ads? Because I don't want to listen to somebody, but the only person I'm not blocking out is actually friends and family. I'm okay to listen to a friend for advice. I'm okay to listen to a family for advice. So the same role comes in here. And that's how critical it has become. And even what we have seen, for our other channels to perform, if I block out this one, which is always the constant debate between me and the CFO, that when he doesn't understand what the money is getting spent on, and the CPs are doing this, CPs are doing that. So my usual retort is, okay, next month I will stop my direct spends and let the CP get the business. It doesn't happen, because the CP needs the customer needs an official validation to trust the intermediary. And it has happened in other industries also. Hospitality is a great example, where from travel agents to Expedias and Agodas of the world, they couldn't survive on their own because unless there is an official validation from the brand. And that's the power of the brand.com. So that's what we always look at. And that's how you can look at a real omnichannel experience for the customer.
Perfect. I mean, thank you so much. I think you explained the art and science of building a campaign, what goes in the mind of the customer, in the mind of the brand marketer. I think very nicely summarized. It seems like you've been implementing a lot in your work. I just want to summarize a couple of things. Again, a confession just to end this conversation. I had, can everybody go on mute? So I think there's a lot of background noise. Yeah, thanks. So I think another confession is that I spoke to Ashish Paul before we started off, and he has many campaigns under his belt, and he fired up the conversation. He got the discussion going by saying some provocative stuff, which is about marketing being a tukka, and it's a volume game, and it's attributed to channel partners. And I want to thank him for challenging us and to be able to counter him and be able to show such amazing thought behind how you do marketing. I love that Rajiv Dash, you spoke about the customer 360 view. I think this is the center of how one should do marketing. Unless you really know the customer, there is no way one can service the customer and to be able to give the right offering. I think we have to be on the customer side, and it's really, really important that, I really like the way you explained the whole 360 view of the customer. I liked Karthik Sahu mentioned about, how multiple stakeholders need to be convinced. So much goes into attracting the customer, and how site visits are so important as a measure of success if your marketing and sales is working or not. Mohit Mishra, again, I really like the way you said it's not really about price per square feet, but experience per square feet. And the human to human marketing is so much important. And it's definitely more, human to human marketing is how I think most of the current age marketers are going towards, and not really segmenting as B2B and B2C. And also explaining us the difference between commercial and residential, and which is a test match, and the other is a one day affair. And that's again great insights. I just want to summarize what Pradeep mentioned. Pradeep mentioned about the micro marketing and how journeys can be built across awareness, consideration, and purchase. How he's doing retargeting in his company and making sure that the messaging is relevant to the audience and that he's able to capture interest. I think that's again great. And to end, I think that Thankar opened a huge, huge creative, let the creative juices flow, and he was able to tell us about, how it's such an important purchase. It's an aspirational purchase, so campaigns need to be designed like that. And the purchase, how one needs to engage the customer through purchase cycle and even post-purchase. And I think these are all great discussions, and I want to wrap it up. And thanks everybody for contributing so much and sharing so much.
Nipun, if you can just add one point.
Nipun, can I just make a closing remark?
Learning from the e-commerce will be.
Sorry, there is a lot of background noise.
So Nipun, I was saying that in a digital space,
there's a lot of background noise. Can everybody go on mute first? Is Rajiv?
Yeah, can you hear me, Nipun?
Yeah.
But I was saying that in a digital, I'll just take a few seconds. In a digital space, the learning that we can take from e-commerce is that if we can give a different offering or a different pricing, that really helps. One of the experiments we did in a couple of projects, instead of giving the upper floor in the offline market, we gave the upper floors kept only for digital media.
Nice.
And also similar thing that you can play around with the payment plans. So when you make digital spatial, you make your internal buying process different from the offline journey and give a special offer and give a special payment plan. I think it works. The way that you treat digital space. I think that is something that can be tested, and I have seen some of the projects going very well when you differentiate or you open a different project tower only digital. It's
Got it.
something like, other e-commerce or Myntra, all those they do that. They launch a specific product only digital or online.
Right.
That's something that is, you can do it and you see the difference in terms of how the response been. And that is
Got
very
it.
critical for real estate,
Got it.
treating digital differently.
Thanks for sharing that. And I will give it to Ashish, who wants to close the session. Ashish, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Nipun. I mean, it's been really enriching hearing all of us. There was one part that I consciously missed out, which was, what technology can do and the methodologies and the tools and all of that. I think it's like going back to school. We all, I think, a panel as matured as this. I think everybody knows all of this. The biggest gray, what do I see? The delta that I see. The delta that I'm not interested in what, the catchment and all of that. I think we all know that. That's not the point here. The point is that I want to leave and everybody to think that aren't we, and I've heard everybody, aren't we enforcing, basically we are doing sales and calling it marketing. I think that is where my concern is. We are creation of business. For example, what comes to my mind is when DLF did the King's Court. I mean, those days it was unheard of. People thought it could not be done when DLF did King's Court, the Camellias of the world. So we are not. We are basically finding tools to sell more, and there is technology that does that for us, and fantastic use of technology that is allowing all of that. But my concern still remains, aren't we doing sales and calling it marketing? We are not doing business creation. We are not creating anything and selling it. We are not creating a proposition and taking it to the market, which is the fundamental of marketing. We are not creating businesses. We are not creating those propositions and taking them to the market. We are first creating a proposition, and then fight should be a broader discussion. Of course, technology and what all technology can do. I mean, it's all right. I mean, we all know that. So that was my gray area. Somewhere down the line, I think the seniors need to address this. That goes back to the drawing board. That do we create a business or do we use this as a tool to sell what we have created?
Sounds good. Thank you, everybody. I'll give it back to Sapna or somebody else to just close this.
Yes, Nipun, it was I think, fantastic conversation. Very different viewpoints we got from all our speakers, and you very well summarized, what everyone had to say. One question, Ashish, has come to you. You've been talking about that marketing, properly maybe in real estate, we are not looking at marketing from the right angle. So the question that comes specifically for you is, what, according to you, defines real estate marketing? Maybe top 3 points, if you can, share what.
It will be, unfortunately, it'll be a broader, but I'll give you an example. It may not be relevant, but what I'm trying to say is something that marketing is to create a business proposition. It is not to sell. I mean, that is the part of the sales job. I mean, and whatever you do to help something जो आपने create कर दिया, अब आप उसको retrofit करके कैसे best, और technology gives you fantastic opportunities today. I mean, but I was telling you about King's Court. I know for a fact that people thought it is a blunder. It could not be done. When King's Court was sold, it is a benchmark. It created a whole new benchmark in that real estate. When Camellias were done, people thought, are you guys crazy? You're selling a bare bone? It can't be done. It's a benchmark today. But we are not doing that. Apart from, my whole life has gone in creating business propositions, in solving business propositions. When I launched Dish TV, it was India's first DTH platform. I was told that, have you gone mad? In a market where people don't even spend 50 rupees, how do you sell an entry-level product at 4,000, almost at 5,000 rupees? That was not a sales strategy. That was the way business was moving from wired environment to a wire-free environment. So the question that my promoter Subhash Chandra threw at me was, Ashish, how do you bridge this gap? I know business is moving from wire to wireless. Are we ready? We don't have a business there. That is how Dish TV was born.
The
In the
crux of
2020
marketing,
format that I introduced in this part of the world.
so the crux of the marketing that you are saying is to
You know,
make
that to be
business
that way.
proposition, to create something unique.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We are not doing that. You know, we are
Okay.
still, as I was saying, we are still doing sales and calling it marketing.
Okay.
We all know that that's like going back to the school. I mean, we all know what technology can do and the catchment and the data and all of that and the formats. Everybody does.
Okay. So that's from our speaker Ashish call. I think it answers your question.
The
That
same
the
thing. There is
business
no magic in that.
proposition,
The magic, take the liberty of calling myself as somebody who's graduated enough that we are not creating anything new. I mean, last I can think
create
of is
something
DLF
new.
created King's Court
Yeah.
and Camellia. I don't know anything that has been created. We are just selling whatever inventory is there.
Nipun, this question comes for you. Which says
discount sales to do.
Yeah, Nipun, this question comes for you. It is about, they are saying that till now, Google and FB have been the biggest winners of digitization of marketing. Do you see any other interesting players coming up, emerging for real estate?
See, there is, the marketing has itself evolved a lot. There are now smaller players, big players. While I work for a very big company, there are currently the marketing is not only a play for the big companies. Currently, everybody has an access to data. Everybody has access to AI. Everybody has access to agile development. So smaller companies also have a big role to play. They are able to service customers, and there are a lot of companies. I can't name them, but they're sprouting and doing some innovative work. I think there is always this, when we go as Salesforce to a company, we just, there are some companies who prefer to work with big companies because the big companies bring in a lot of stability. They know that they're there to last. I mean, if when they tie up with the big company, they know they'll get the support, and in the sense that they'll not just shut shop in few days. But in smaller companies are more agile. They give more importance sometimes because they have just one or two, like less number of customers. So of course, there is a level playing field now. It's a level playing field. There's a lot of innovation going around for marketing across, not just realty, but in other sectors as well.
Okay, so not just big players, but also there are many smaller firms which are there for all kinds of clients. One question I think, Nipun, we can ask everyone, what according to you is the top trend that you would like to place a bet on 2023? In 2023, Nipun, let's start from you. What is the top marketing trend that you will bet on in 2023?
I think AI plus data
Okay.
is going to be really, really important. And I already see some of our participants here using both of them. And I think that's going to be a key differentiator because it changes the way we work and the way our productivity, our automation, and it's just game changing right now.
Right. Mr. Tirthankar, what according to you would be the trend that you'll place your finger on?
I think it's personalization. What tools I use to create personalization for my customer? Because for me, the role of marketing is to create desire. That is what we do. It's not about creating business categories. Yes, it happens, but they don't happen as in every category of the product. Okay. So the role of marketing is to create desire, go back to understanding the consumer insight, and then create products which will satisfy that. And if I can do it for you, Sapna, and not for many Sapnas, it will appeal to you that much more, and you will be satisfied to that much level. So that to me, personalization becomes that much more important, which will help me save my marketing dollars and give a better ROI to my CFO.
Pradeep, what do you have to say? Personalization, AI and data, and now
for me, Sapna, it'd be a first-party data and actually automation. I think those are the two things which I really want to bet on. Getting a unified view of the customer is very, very important. I mean, having an omni-channel experience with multiple touch points, having that single view of a customer makes, I mean, as Tirthankar rightly pointed out, I mean, save our marketing budgets as well.
Automation and first party
yes,
data.
first party.
Rajiv, what is the trend that you will say you will bet on in 2020?
Yeah, Sapna, I think it's more about the content storytelling. I think real estate is been talking about talking the product rationality, pricing, location, everything that we talked about. But somewhere we have to get into that FMCG way of marketing, the storytelling part.
Touch the
And
emotion.
yes, that's the emotion part, and give that experience to the customer through storytelling. And that is missing today to a larger extent. I think that is one
Storytelling,
critical
according
thing.
to Rajiv. Karthik, what would you say?
My personal opinion, probably this is done. Raju sir, if you could mute it. There's a lot of background noise. So my personal opinion, as a consumer point of view, customer point of view, in terms of real estate buying or selling, I feel, that's very boring. Real estate marketing, as from the customer point of view, consumer point of view, is very boring. There are only three questions need to be answered. No matter whatever you do in real estate marketing or sales or AI or whatever formula or any kind of digital things you do, customer or the end consumer looks for three answers: where it is, when is the position, how much it is.
Right.
So three questions if you answer, then real estate marketing, the basic of the real estate marketing is these three questions. What I do.
Okay, sir.
कहाँ है, कब हो रहा है, कितना लगेगा. It's very simple. If it is a burqa, sari or something, you can get into the details. You can get to which thread, this thread, that color, these things, or whatever. There are customization and there are a lot of things. But I feel somehow the customization also will be trouble in the terms of real estate. But in this particular segment, you cannot do customization one house for me, Karthik, and another for my wife or something else and all. There are four people who can customize. But there are only three questions to be answered: when, where it is happening, and how much it costs. Now coming to the point, what is the trend? Probably I feel
Thanks, Karthik. Yeah. Thanks, Karthik. Ashish, your last words.
My answer for that particular things, which again I come back to my talk, which was site visit and all that. I think if there would be a time after 5 or 10 years or 20 years down the line and all that, if something could have happened like 360-degree virtual tour or something, if I'm very busy and obviously the workloads is going to be increased the way India is moving and all that, I will really not have time to do the site visit. If I can actually have a virtual tour by sitting anywhere and all that with a proper VR or something, so that's going to be the next future.
Yes. Correct. I completely agree with you, Ashish. What would be the trend that you would say, you would like to, bet on in 2023? You are on mute, Ashish. You're on mute, Ashish.
Yeah. So I think intelligence, market segmentation is something that hasn't been done. We don't do that. As I said, the gray area still is that we first create and then we find methodologies of the best fitment to sell that. I think we will move slowly into understanding of how this market broadly needs to be classified as. Are we, as a business model, are we looking at investor-driven business model? Are we looking at first home buyer business model? Are we looking at a combination of this? So what is our business model? Where do we see those that 5x growth coming in from? So do we create a business model which is investor driven? I'm sure that I will also be one of the guys who will offer a product where you don't have to come to metaverse will be the big defining, but that's for an investor, somebody who is want to live in that flat. The strategies will have to be different. Then even the land parcel, for example, how do we even identify a land parcel? Those the business, the marketing has to work at that level. That are we really matured enough to figure out a land parcel that this is where the next generation of home users will live in? For example, do I really have to sell a flat or an experience? So all of this, I think, first of all, we have to go back to the drawing board, instead of doing first home buyer, second home buyer, or affordable people who are moving from slums into gated communities, or it is always, one of the movies that I recently created, I was told that it's gonna bomb, 10 minutes.
So I think very varied, comments that we have got from
will freak out more than 20 rural living.
Ashish,
those are the debates.
Ashish is saying, going back to the drawing board, identifying the business model. Nipun saying that AI and data is going to be the new trend that we are going to see, and from customization and experience, personalized experience,
that will help you do better
Probably also content, storytelling is something that we are going to see in 2023 in the real estate marketing. But this was our first session of the day on digital marketing. But another very exciting session is coming up right now, which is a conversation on the topic of lead generation, which will discuss the new models of identifying potential customers and trends. So before I introduce the speakers of the session, let me thank all our speakers of this session, Karthik, Ashish, Pradeep, Rajiv, Tirthankar, Nipun for that wonderful moderation, and Mohit for joining us here for this session for the Realty Plus Idea Conclave. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you. Thank you, Nipun. Thank you, Sapna.
Let me now introduce our next set of speakers. Our moderator for the session on lead generation is Mr. K.V. Sridhar, Chief Creative Officer, Global Nyland Limited. Mr. Sridhar has over 37 years of experience working at the intersection of creativity and technology, with a demonstrated history of working in marketing, advertising, and technology industries. He has worked and contributed to organizations like Leo Burnett, Leo Lintas, Leo India, Lintas India, Sapient Nitro, to name a few, and has contributed towards building many iconic brands such as Coca-Cola, Thumbs Up, Limca, Bajaj Auto, McDonald's, LG, HDFC Life, Unilever, P&G, Marico, Nestle, GM, Colors, Fiat, Fair and Lovely, Whisper, Tide, Jet Airways, and these are just some of the names to say. So this is our eminent moderator of the panel. Let me now introduce our speakers in the alphabetical order. Our first speaker, let me introduce Mr. Ashish Kukreja, CEO and founder Homespy.in and MyMagnet.io. Ashish Kukreja has over 17 years of experience leading teams in real estate brokerage as well as the private wealth management section at one of the major investment organizations. Ashish started Homespy in 2011 to simplify the home buying process and make the real estate transaction reliable, trustworthy, and hassle-free. He is currently working on the amalgamation of technology with top-notch services for the benefit of all stakeholders, giving them a plug-and-play solution. Our next panel member, I introduce Ms. Ayushi Asher, Director, Asher Group, and Member Managing Committee, MCHI Credai. Ayushi represents the second generation of Asher family and leads business development, sales, marketing, and design strategy at Asher Group. As the group director, she's also in charge of digitization, customer experience, and driving new initiatives from concept to execution. Our next panel member is Mr. Balakumaran, founder director, brandstory.in. From being a first-generation entrepreneur to becoming a serial entrepreneur, Balakumaran founded Brand Story Digital, his first startup, in 2014. It today employs over 130 people, providing digital media and brand solutions. Over the last 9 years, Bala has charted growth stories for over 500 brands across India, the US, the Middle East, and Australia. Our next panel member is Mr. Dhruva Ghosh, Executive Vice President and Head Marketing, Provident Housing Limited and Purva Land. Dhruva Jyoti Ghosh is a result-oriented marketing professional with more than 22 years of experience in the field of marketing, branding, management, communications, product development, and press relations. He has a proven track record of developing and implementing brand strategy and high-budget campaigns across media. Next member, let me introduce for this panel, Mr. Naveen Chand, AVP, Marketing, Xanadu Realty. Naveen has an extensive experience of more than 13 years in leadership positions with well-known companies. He is a meticulous marketing professional with emphasis on data-driven strategies. Naveen has worked in various sectors such as renewable energy, information technology, and real estate across India. Our next and final member for this session is Mr. Vivek Agarwal, co-founder and Chief Technology Officer for Square Yards, a tech entrepreneur with experience in envisioning and crafting product strategy and driving execution of technology development and service operations, managing large global teams. Vivek has a rich experience spanning more than 20 years in leading, managing complex global strategic initiatives with some of the world's largest companies like Intel, Nokia, and Accenture. So this is our eminent panel and the speakers of the session. Mr. Sridhar, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. I just witnessed the previous session a bit. It was very interesting to really see what's happening in real estate industry. I think the panel here is very distinguished, and thousands and thousands of crores, tens and thousands of crores ride on this gentleman who was sitting here. So one of the basic aspect of digital marketing, probably the starting point of digital marketing, is to really generate leads. And lead generation today, is the starting point of doing anything. So this entire session is going to be extracting the wisdom from the people. That's what I do, because I have very little knowledge and experience in reality. I've worked in a lot of other categories. In some small brands I have worked, but these gentlemen will put the context of lead generation into reality. As far as my knowledge is concerned, it's not much about lead generation, but how do you qualify those leads? How do you nurture those leads and then convert them is the most important thing. In many other categories which we work on, there is no human intervention, from generating a lead to emptying the cart. There's absolutely no intervention, unless something goes wrong with the deal. So everything is automated. And then to some extent in reality, the first phase is automated, and the problems which they face is also the data not talking to each other. That's the reason why after buying a flat, you still get messages from the same real estate company to buy another flat or book a visit from there. So there are a lot of issues and problems because this, unlike FMCG or durables or any other categories, this depends highly on networking. Networking of sellers, finance category is almost similar to what you guys do. So how do you actually bring all that and then organize the data to really give more value for money? In most of the categories, people are very happy to get a click-through ratio of 0.25 to 0.5. Still, it is absurd to me. That means that we are not sharpening the target segment clearly. So much of wastage. If you have 1 billion people visiting, seeing the impressions, and then finally few million people actually click through, and out of that only few lakh people will actually interact with your website, and then few thousands will actually look up the content which you present there, and then maybe few thousand leads may actually generate. This is all very optimistic. Few thousand leads may generate in site visits, and probably you can sell a few hundreds. So it is user journey is quite tedious in this, quite involved. Unlike anything else, this can never be impulse to really to really compare with other categories. So I see a lot of challenges from lead generation perspective to actual conversions. This is a very unique category, like any other high ticket item. The second part, to put everything in context, are there any trends or new technologies which can help reality category to make it far more efficient, the first couple of processes which we have in the user journey? So there is generative AI and there is automation of content today, and then people have been talking a lot about what search is undergoing. So any of these things really help us to really make this entire process far more effective, far more lucrative, and then far more profitable. That's the basis of today's discussion. And first couple of minutes, I just want each speaker, all of you have tremendous experience in the category. If you can reflect upon what the current situation of the category is, and then what is the process which you use to generate, nurture, and convert these leads. If you can just quickly sum up, and then what are the trends which you see? Maybe we can pick up a couple of them and then spend a little more time in debating them. The first round, and I would request all the panelists to really reflect upon your thought, your experience, and then your own crystal gazing. So let's start with Ashish. So can you just, Ashish, can you just reflect on this for a couple of minutes?
Thanks, Sridhar. Thanks for having me. And, it's a pleasure to share my thoughts on this topic. Hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Super. Sridhar, for us, on the top of the funnel, it's very important that, we focus that our differentiation comes from high service levels and probably trying to generate good quality leads. So for that to happen, we obviously see to it that, we do a lot of brainstorming before we get into any lead generation, let's say project. For us, every single project comes out with its set of challenges and its set of opportunities. So I think that is something which we keep in mind, that we are not selling product here, we are selling solution. So it's very important for us that we focus on how do we sort of connect with our consumers, and that becomes a very strong background for us before we start working on any strategy. So if I have to give you a perspective, every project comes out with different ticket size, different micro markets, and we can't have a fixed solution for either of them. Every project has its own combination working for it. So just to give you very raw perspective, something like Facebook may not work in South Bombay at all, and probably something like Facebook will give you something really really good at low budget markets, and probably KDMC, or these are the smaller markets in Mumbai. So we do a lot of brainstorming ahead, and then as we go on to the middle of the funnel, we do focus a lot on content and community building. We focus a lot on creating brand awareness, and also trying to do a lot of video content to make sure that we have a mind share of the consumer who's already part of our funnel. And as we progress, we keep giving a lot of uh, smart information to our agents, because we don't think we are in a business of property. We think we are in a business of people platform. We fundamentally believe that we are here servicing our agents. So with that in mind, we keep providing them right set of information so that they can do justice to the leads which are there. So I'm not sure if I could give you the perspective. If I see my funnel in three parts, this is how we try to broadly approach the lead generation as a concept. You're on mute, Sridhar.
Wonderful. You have touched upon the nature of reality is much more local, much more area and geography specific. And then how do you actually talk to the relevant people? How do you create the content? I'm glad you had put content in the middle of the funnel, but it is most important to really get to the funnel, and then really understand the customer, the needs, and then you said it's a platform of serving people and then people's need. If you get the community within that, word of mouth, and then people actually talk about, if you're selling a very high ticket item, people talk about themselves. It is not something which you, like FMCG or any other product, where you reach out to many people in Facebook, or maybe a community on a Facebook or a LinkedIn, might be a relevant one, but not in the public space. Ayushi, is she there? Can't see her. Ayushi, can you reflect upon generally, what is lead generation mean to you, and then this entire new technology coming in, and then the area in which you're operating, can you just reflect on how do you go about generating leads, qualifying them, and then serving them properly and nurturing and converting them? And also, the new technologies, are they going to have any effect on your business?
Surely. Thank you so much, Sridhar, and a very good afternoon to everyone on the panel and everyone listening. I think, piggybacking a little bit off of what Ashish said, I think in real estate, there's no blanket rule and nothing is universal, right? So everything starts from your lead identification is way more important, I think, than just lead generation. So your location is different, your target market is different, your customer base is different, your product is different, pricing is different. So there's no universal blanket rule compared to an FMCG where I'm selling a 500 rupee shirt. I can have the same kind of criteria set across all my platforms across geographies. So that's kind of the basic difference where that lead identification and identifying your target group becomes very, very critical. So I think we spend quite a bit of energy and effort into identifying that, identifying what really the micro market brings and how we can find the right type of target audience for that micro market. Going off of that, then of course there are multiple layers where, since as I said that if you're looking at buying a t-shirt and you're looking at a 500 rupee spend, you maybe max you'll think is twice or thrice, and you are okay with taking a decision based off of gut. But in real estate, where most of the ticket sizes that we deal with are anywhere upwards of 50 lakh, 70 lakh, 1 CR, 5 crores. I mean, in Bombay, the spectrum is huge. It's not just your digital identity that kind of leads to lead generation. It is everything combined together. So your brand reputation matters, your the presence that you've had across years matters, your goodwill matters, your speed matters, the product to the product that you're bringing to the market matters. So all of this, when coupled with the right digital positioning and digital lead strategy, I think that all of that has a role to play. So for us, first identifying that target group is very, very important, and then understanding what the target group wants to hear. So if we're looking at anything in the mid-income or low-income brackets, then we really focus on the type of the layers that the customer is interacting with, kind of their consumer behavior, their trends, and that's how we kind of go into lead identification and lead targeting. And similarly for luxury, again, as you said, right, like in South Bombay, the market is very different. So that's not a medium where we're going to focus solely on a Facebook or Instagram. The pattern of communication with them completely changes and transforms, where we use digital only as a brand creation method, and almost to create a sort of invite only feel, where we intentionally don't want to reveal too much about the product, and we only give out very, very minimal information, only to tease the audience. So I think there's no blanket rule. It's a very target driven kind of lead segmenting that needs to be done in this type of segment. And with the advent of all of this new technology, whether it is AI, chat GPT, all of these things, I think all of this, it helps us, it helps in the stimulation of, it's a method to stimulate the human intelligence, right? So whether it is any language processing platform, or if it's a self-correction thing, or it is an AI that really analyzes consumer trends, all of that will affect your speed, efficiency, and your ability to personalize your communication. And that in turn leads to a larger picture story and creates a ripple effect along with your other things that you do as part of your brand campaign. So in real estate, unlike FMCG, where because the budgets, the spend is usually lower and customers are more keen to make impulse decisions, in real estate, that brand story holds equal weight. And that's why all of these layers play an equal part, in my opinion.
Wonderful. Thanks for your insights, which are far more rooted in real estate than the premium segments, where you need to understand the people where digital may have little role and human interface is far more, and then the way you understand the human behavior and then the insights which you have into these customers is going to make far more difference. Maybe lead generation at the highly targeted area is what, and then probably content is what is going to build the brand, but the trust and other emotional aspects are the things which are going to actually make the sale at the end of the day. Wonderful insights, and thank you for contributing to all those. And Bala, can you reflect on from your perspective of how the lead generations will affect the real estate industry, and then how the new trends are going to change the way the real estate industry is working, especially in the consumer journey, the first couple of phases of generating leads and then interacting with the content to really create the first attempt of understanding the brand. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And a very good evening to the esteemed panel. So thanks for Ayushi to mentioning the importance of brand story. That happened to be my company name as well. Thank you so much. And okay, so with the Ashish, what we realized is Ashish very specifically speaking about the segmentation, and Ayushi was mentioning the facts about the high value, high volume business ecosystem. For example, so I went to NIFT and I happened to be head of strategy for South and East region for a Big Bazaar. I was in the CEO's office working from Mumbai. So I understand what it took to sell a 500 rupees shirt. And now when we deal with an high value, high volume and high sales cycle based product ecosystem, and every story format has been changing. And now the segmentation component that we brought in by our first speaker is extremely specialized, and it comes from the amount of risk each brand owner took over a period of time. Because in the our experiences to work under the likes of, let me say, leaders, I had a high honor of working with Mr. Durba, who's been part of the same panel over a period of time under his leadership, been working for the goals that they've been setting in. So where he been recognized as one of the largest brand in the country, probably I would say Cat A. And then we have multiple product line along with Cat B and Cat C, with varied from budgets of the marketing and the, let me say, the ticket sizes and the approach on the risk level aspect. For example, all of us are dependent on Google lead contribution. All of us are dependent on the Instagram or Facebook lead contribution. Or all of us are dependent on the email or the SMS marketing at the very minuscule level. The contribution mixes are changing depending on the budget or the risk appetite of each individual brand over a period of time. So now the question is, every decade there is a level playing aspect coming into the picture. I strongly feel the video content aspect will come into the picture, because the technologies could be able to bring in metaverse or AR, VR, all that aspect. But if the market and the devices are ready, somehow I don't feel we are not ready to the context. So the large scale or all our digital assets being driven by content, or the number of URLs we produced under the Google. Now I believe from the Google content, written content to an AR, VR, the advanced technology, before that moment, there is a whole space of video framework. I feel it has been something we need to look into it. And the challenge is not about the video ideas or the quality of the ideas. It is, I believe the challenge of a video is how are you going to produce large volume of videos at a low investment or a restricted investment at scale, at a quality that your brand desire. So this is going to be a challenge. And that's where I believe generative AI or all other tools that will come and help us improve the marketing operations, because I believe marketing operations is extremely underrated over a system, because the great ideas most of the time doesn't get implemented at scale because I would say nobody, well, not many people wouldn't give attention to the marketing ops that would build a seamless engine for us. So now how we will going to fit in the video content. The video content could be very, very, for example, South Mumbai video on an asset would be very, very different from an Devanahalli opportunity that is in Bangalore, right? So the content also can transform into vernacular as well. Now we put such a huge challenge of content making or the video producing aspect into the existing marketing teams. It's going to be a lot of push and pull. We're going to face it around it, right? So how are we going to put this content across discovery, engagement, and customer nurturing until sales? The moment sales has been coming in, because it's a high ticket size, they want the assurance, touch and feel. I don't believe I would buy a 5 CR or 8 CR property through a metaverse. I don't feel so strongly about it. And neither I would invest my money on digital investment. So that is our existing human strength, segmentation, analytics power will come into the picture. But can we able to engage customer a little more? Why I used in level playing ground is, if we don't produce content in video, we'll all will be ending up paying money to an so-called influencer in video content over a period of time for the for almost like a media buying opportunity. That's my take. Probably willing to learn more, speak on this. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Bala. No, thank you for emphasizing on brand story. I don't have a company called Brand Story. I made a living for 45 years on telling stories for the brands.
Absolutely.
And absolutely, brand stories are the most important thing. And it's the myths and stories, which make brands, completely, which is very important part of building trust, emotional equity, empathy, everything for a brand. And that is where, that's what she was also talking about. These are intangible things, for which, people like to buy: your reputation, your name, and then your trust, and then the emotional equity of friends who actually recommend, all that makes a very good last minute decision making power for you. And other thing which you touched upon, which is again today one of the hottest debated one, videos, production of videos. And then today it's a video generation. There's nothing to really think about. Written words are dying. It's all videos, which are speaking. And in this emergence of video world, and tomorrow, all the whether it is Bling or whether it is Edge, or what Brad is going to do, or the testing of Maggie by Google, it's all ending up at the video search is becoming very, very important. So this is going to actually, though programmatic video creation was there in place, for some time, it's never been used as much as it should be used. Nor the quality or the context is not right enough to be distributed across the country. And then glad you raised the point of contextual setting is far more important. Whether it is economical, cultural, political, social, whatever it might be, but your messaging needs to be contextual. Some wonderful learnings we got from your little pointers. So next speaker, I would go to the next speaker, Dhruva Ghosh. If you can, Mr. Dhruva, if you can reflect on your industry and then the lead generation and then the debate which we have been having, that the new technology is going to have any impact on whatever we are doing. We're a very, very different segment from anyone else, and then we don't follow what others are following is what coming across all the things. So how do you go about generating your leads, and how far technology is going to make an impact?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Sridhar. I think whilst I've been working with Bala and Vivek from time to time in terms of generating a whole lot of content, various SEO, various other aspects of marketing along with them. And I think it's been a great journey into the real estate where the hunt for leads or hunt for the right lead or the customer which we all flirt with to bring them on board is a journey that is being continuously doing. So I think every eminent panelist who mentioned about how to generate the leads and the activities that one is getting involved in doing, I think the along with the technological advancement, even the organizations in the real estate as well as the partners in terms of agencies and all, they're doing a fantastic job in actually working out various ways of generating quality leads from various aspects. So, I mean, I would not, get into that aspect of it more, but I would like to touch upon something more from what we could get more from a lead that we generate out. Yeah. Because I mean, maybe it is EV360 or through video marketing or through any of the other ways that we generate lead. The crux of the matter is that only that 25% of the lead that we generate out of the dollars that we spend on it makes a little bit of sense for us to take forward. And at the end of the day, only probably less than 2% of the people of the leads that we've generated is actually getting worked. So it's very important for all of us marketeers is also start to look very closely upon how do we make use of these leads or the data that we are generating from of the interest that is there from a consumer of a very high involved product. How do we ensure that that works much harder for us? So I think that is something which I would like to touch upon, wherein I think the leads that are generated, it's very important that each of the leads become, act in multiple ways in terms of generating even further leads. So first of all itself, I think it's very important that we as our various organizations respect the leads and bring in the culture of a data-driven culture. We talk about other cultures in the organization. I think with the where we see the spends of the overall spends in India on advertising itself is at a trillion rupees. 50% of it, or more than 50% of it, is actually going into digital. Yeah, and that is as much data that we are generating. And imagine if we do not, use that in the most efficient manner and make that work harder for us. Actually, the dollars are just going away. So I think it's very important that we drive within the organization how that each lead can become more for us in terms of, adding multiplicity to that that lead itself. So one is about whilst we capture the data, how do we actually ensure that more quality data starts getting developed around the lead that has been generated from various touch points, basically, as well as from the from the entire internet world itself. Again, I think it is very important to see that even with one lead, can I make it into multiple ways of working? Because a lead is for a home buying per se, doesn't stop at something like just about that one individual who wants to buy, but it's a family which gets involved in it. And hence a family of a person with the spouse becomes two leads for me directly. And both can be communicated at the same time with a different language or different approach to bring in one influencing the other. So that itself doubles my lead itself. So I think these are very important. Similarly, I think there are these platforms which we all need to adopt in terms of how do we communicate, how do we create a customer journey for each of these leads across the entire mapping of where the lead came in, what kind of communication had happened for the first time. The second time, why do I need to use the same communication or repeat the same communication by hitting them? Can I do another kind of a communication? So, and the third time again, when I touch upon that, can I do another point of communication to them? So I think the CDP models which are coming in, the platforms which are existing, is something that we should and must start using to make this. So I think it's very important that we work on these leads to make it. And finally, I think from the lead perspective also, one of the other things from a generation of leads, it may be time that we start looking off the Facebooks of the world or the Googles of the world and look at more from an open internet or open web perspective, where other the consumption of that internet is space is becoming more. As per one of the reports of Cantor, 52% of our time that we spend on digital is spent on anything other than the social media or the Meta or any of these channels, actually for any of us, which could be either a news or any other content consumption that is happening other than these. So I think that is where we should also look at trying to gauge people's attention, which could be even more than, or more captive in doing that. So I think these are the things which we should start looking at it more closely from a lead gen perspective.
Yeah, wonderful. Words of wisdom of it's not one lead, but it's a family decision. It cannot, as I said earlier, like any other high ticket item, like a car. You can't ignore the family. Family decision is as much important as the person, who might have ego to buy a Mercedes, but family must approve to buy that. It's a high ticket item. So it's very important that the leads which you generate stay with you, and then they're genuine and deeper leads, which can actually go viral within the family and hopefully, within the community. Because once one decides to buy something, they defend that decision very much. That's wonderful. The other point which you made, which is also seems to be a pain point to a couple of people whom I had spoken to earlier in my life, is data talking to each other. Correct. And you said, data culture and much better intelligent data. So between, data and analytics and then integration of data between the agents, between your own sites, and then between what you have with the customer and what interactions are happening, how many visits have they made, what stage, have they left out, and what are the other aspects, as Bala was talking about, the cultural nuances and then the other contextual things of that. The richer the data is, more you'll be able to nurture the lead. The more you nurture the lead, more, as you said, billions of rupees is being spent, and at the end you get few qualified ones. 2% conversion is celebrated, which is if you look at an FMCG, it spends 750 rupees to sell, whether it is 400 or 4,000 rupee product. It's unheard of that kind of a money you spend to get so little, unless you have repeat purchase. And then in your category, there's nothing called repeat purchase. It's once in a lifetime purchase. Very few may have. So therefore, the category is different, the thing is different, and then the way, the content, and then the building of the brand, and then the human interface, and then how do you take, and then the intelligence which go before the human interface takes over is far more important. And once the human interface starts coming in, and that's where I actually spend all time in explaining that how the brands are far more evolved. When you actually spend time, build trust, and intangible things you spend with them. And thank you for spending your thoughts. And Naveen, can you share your thoughts, please? You.
Hi, Sridhar.
Yeah, probably you may have an advantage because there's so much has been discussed. You can come up with something which is refreshingly different and smashes.
I hope so. Good afternoon to other fellow panelists and to the listeners of this particular panel discussion. So I think before I start, I would like to give a perspective of how difficult it is to do marketing or sales in real estate. Because if you compare to any other industry, real estate, what it does, it creates a product which has a life cycle of about 3 years, 4 years, because from a launch to a handover, that's the kind of life cycle that is there, right? And all that you want to do for a certain product is all limited to that period. As compared to if you take any other industry, any other product, the lifetime of the product is much more. So you can invest a lot of monies during the launch period and take the revenues out at a later period of time, right? But real estate doesn't give us that leverage because of the life cycle of the product being smaller. And hence, what becomes important is that if the brand is very strong, it is easier to launch new products, which is shorter time cycle, and still be successful. So I think that's one perspective I just wanted to bring in before I start the discussion. Now, at Xanadu, the way we approach sales and marketing in real estate is a little different. And while I've heard a few comparisons with FMCG, I think Ashish and Ayushi did that. We try to look at marketing and sales in real estate from an FMCG point of view, actually. So the way we approach it is that how can we make sale or consumption of a real estate product almost done even before someone walks into a site, because real estate final sales still happens at the site when people come and look at a model apartment, have a discussion with the sales team members. But we are trying to kind of reduce the dependency on this last leg, which is there as part of the sales cycle. And if you look at any of the recent successful project launches that have happened, we would see that say 60, 70, 80% of the bookings have happened at the launch time. What it means is that you create so much of a demand, you create so much of aspiration about that particular product in the consumer mindset, that all of this consumption happens much before actually coming, having a discussion with the salesperson, looking at the model apartment. People have already bought it in their mind. And the last leg largely then becomes just a point of sale, like how it is in FMCG, right? So if I go to a shop, I would not ask for a toothpaste, I'll ask for a Colgate. And that's the kind of approach we are trying to create in real estate, which I think is one of the first. And we have been fairly successful in few of our attempts. Recently, we did launch of a villa project in Bangalore, and we were able to sell it out in 21 days, all because of the kind of demand and aspiration that we created around that. So I think that's the first point I'll want to put here. The second important point, which I think a lot of panelists have touched before me also, is data. If we look at data, I think what is important is how we capture data, how we analyze it, how we get insights from the data, and how we use those insights in our business, starting from marketing to sales, post-purchase, etc. Now, at Xanadu, what we're doing is we have created an internal proprietary tool called Xanadu Decision Engine. And what it does is it captures information or data from consumers across all touch points. So from the first point when, say, a consumer fills in a lead or gets in touch with us, till the time the person buys or decides not to buy, even the subjective details when the person is at the site and having a discussion with the consumers, we try to capture as much data from the person, put it in our Xanadu Decision Engine. And there is a machine language that is learning that's there behind. And we are getting, over a period of time, we are starting to get better and better insights from this particular data. What it means is that we would be getting better analytics in terms of outputs. We would be getting better understanding of where the consumer is losing or moving out of the sales cycle. What is the reason of the consumer moving out of the sales cycle at a certain step? There could be consumers who would have moved out right after making an inquiry, and there are people who have moved out after doing the visit and saying that, I really like this particular product, I really like this particular unit. People have already selected a certain unit that, okay, I want 204 in Tower E, and still move out of the sales cycle. They don't purchase, right? So we're trying to understand the reasons of people moving out at each of these stages. And that is giving us understanding in terms of how to change or how to redevelop what we're communicating and how we are reaching out to people at all of these touch points. So that's another interesting development that's happening internally, and we are already starting to see fruits of this particular development. Now, if I move to what's happening more recently, which is the emergence of chat GPTs and generative artificial intelligence, etc. So I think what Chat GPT or other tools in the same ecosystem would do is they would act like an equalizer. What they would do is currently there are smaller organizations who can't spend on creating videos, creating good content. Chat GPT would become an equalizer where production of videos uh, would become easier, right? Or it would be low cost, if not no cost. Production of content could become easier, right? So that is where I think it would act as an equalizer. But in terms of a differentiation, what would come in is that are the people who would be at the top. So if someone is able to ask the right kind of questions to these tools or give the right kind of prompts to create the video to these tools, are the kind of people who would be able to get a better output from whatever is happening recently. So that's what's happening on the Chat GPT. Because if you look at Internet of Things was one of the most talked about words till about 2 years back. It's still there, right? But it has not changed the world. There are new technologies that have come in. IoT has somehow changed part of how smart homes and all are done within real estate, but still it has not kind of completely shaken the world around. While it was one of the most talked about things about 2 years back, Chat GPT, I think, or generative AI tools is in the same ecosystem, if I have to say. Or if we take example of say Google search or Yahoo, there is so much information available on these platforms, but it's about who uses it and how well they use it is what is going to create the difference. So I think that's what my take is in terms of how the new tools and whatever new is coming is going to change the world. Yeah, over to you, Sridhar, and happy to be part of the discussion.
Thank you, Naveen. I think you have raised something which is wonderful, which is so different from the discussion which we have been having. And I mean, I joined little earlier, so I was witnessing the previous discussion on digital marketing, where somebody has really said that real estate is more sales than marketing, correct? And then we focus so much on sale, and then there is hardly any marketing, and then we misunderstand between those two words. And I'm glad you raised this point that 80% of the sale has happened at the launch time. Correct. That's when Ayush's point and other speakers' point of creating desire, and then the trust and then the brand values for which people actually click. That's where the context in which they're coming in. That's wonderful to really point that how important it is to really launch is such an important phase of real estate sale. And we also talked about the life cycle, how long a real estate. So often, in US, you see the companies who build, doing it for long enough, not just selling, but also renting them out, and then actually keeping their brand image. Here, the societies take over after 3 years. And then that is where the problems come on reputation. So wonderful insights. And then you said that AI is going to be a great equalizer for content creation or targeting or understanding customer from across all channels. So that's another beautiful point. And then we will go to Vivek. Vivek, can you give us your perspective, please?
Yeah, I think being last in this panel, so I think most of the points have been spoken about, but I would just want to reiterate what Dhruba said, right? See, lead generation is one part of the ecosystem. How you are actually nurturing those leads and what happens once lead is generated, how do you manage the life cycle of a lead, that is very important. And Dhruva gave some statistics about like 25% of leads being qualified, 2% closers. I can say, I mean, those are the best of the numbers, right? The numbers are even worse than that. So, and it is not, I mean, a particular players' problem. I think it's a nature of the product, right? It's a real estate is essentially a push product. People are sitting on the fence and they need to be convinced over and over again to come to meet, to come on a site visit, to give booking amounts, right? It's a long-age sales cycle, extends up to anywhere between 45 to 90 days, and sometimes even it extends to years as well, right? So how do you nurture that lead? How do you, and one more important point here is, I think what we missed here is like, see, we generate these digital leads, but a lot of these leads are discarded, right? Dhruva said 25% qualification. So 75% leads are being discarded, right? They are not even being qualified, but they had actually put a query on the lead form on your web page or on Facebook, right? So what happens when you call them, right? So we had done a few experiments around this, and the results are very surprising. So I would want to share some of those experiments, right? So what we did was, when these leads are being discarded by salespersons as saying as not interested, right? So we started giving these leads back to some other salesperson, and without saying that this lead has already been called once, right? And giving them as a fresh lead. To our surprise, the win ratio on the discarded leads is same as win ratio on the new fresh leads, right? So what does it tell? Whether the quality of the sales call was not good, the customer was not in a mood to talk, or like what? So I mean, these are things which needs to be looked on, right? The second thing that we experimented was, see, you need probably 5 to 8 call attempts to properly talk to a customer, right? So we started measuring the call connected times, how much, what is the conversation about, right? Bringing the data back, and then doing proper interventions. Similarly, scoring the leads on the parameters of like the emotional quality of the call, right? Then whether that customer is actually coming back to your website to see something, right? So that's a high intent customer. Whether that customer has set up a meeting or a site visit, how did that site visit go? Okay, so we started scoring these leads and then bringing back all of these discarded leads which are actually falling out of the funnel back into the funnel, right? And that's how we have been able to reduce our lead generation costs in a big manner, right? So we don't require new leads, like thousands of new leads every month. There are a lot of people who are in this funnel and who are undecided. So how do you bring back them into the funnel? What kind of messaging that you send? Dhruva talked about the customer CDP tools and all, right? So all of those things are the ones which have been working well for us. Regarding the generative AI aspects, I think, so we have been using generative AI for last 2-3 years for improving the quality of the listings on our platform, right? So agents, when they list the properties, they don't put good descriptions. So how do we make those descriptions good? How do we enhance the quality of the image? Now we are experimenting with generating videos out of those listings, right? With the voiceover. So all of these tools are being used, but as people have said earlier, it's not about the lead generation itself. It's about how do you nurture those leads, manage those leads. How do you make sure that your salesperson are talking in a relevant language to the customer based on his own context? That is what matters. That what matters more because of the historically low conversion rates of this industry.
Thank you. I think Vivek, some wonderful things about the calls, quality of the calls, quality of the conversation, and then the context, the time of the conversation. 6:30 in the morning, you don't want to talk to your bank about a credit card, however desperately you may need. So it is the context of the call, and then how do you manage, and then how do you qualify, and whatever leads which you get, that it all depends on who's attending the call, and then how he is, how he's narrating the story of your brand and how people are deciphering that message. That is what will dictate the next.
I just want to give one more example. So, see, when a person is on a web page, right, and he is putting a query form, he expects a callback within 5 minutes or 10 minutes, right? Most of the companies that we have been seeing in this space, right, we have not been able to call the customer within, let's say, next minute, right? So that also has huge bearing on the droppage of the leads, right? The customer is looking at a property, right? And if you lose him within the first half an hour, right, you lose him forever.
Yeah.
After that, he may not remember the context. He may not be in a mood to talk, right? So all these things, as you said, like when is that call being done, right? If the lead is coming, let's say 8:30 in the evening, right? You would be surprised. Customers expect a call back in the night also, right? So if I come back from the office and I'm searching for a real estate property, right? And I put a query at 9 p.m. So most of our tribe would actually give him a call next day 10 a.m. right? These are not working hours. But looking at the 24/7 customers these days, right? If not, let's say call, you could reach him on a WhatsApp or right or on a chat message. So these are things which have become very important.
So wonderful. I think expecting in this day of agility and immediacy, so people respond. If they don't respond within 30 seconds, it's dead. Nobody is interested in that conversation. And then you're damn right. If somebody is searching for a home or anything at 9:30 in the night, you know that he's awake and then he's searching for something. The gratification of getting a call immediately and then taking the excitement of wanting to buy forward, is what will make people experience. And this comes me, wanting to really take the discussion to the second part, whatever little time which we have, is very quickly reflect on the two important aspects. One is lead generation. So once you generate the lead, there is human intervention, and then there is website or brand communication, whatever happens, and then finally closing the deal. And then here, the first part, which is impact of the brand. Like somebody was saying that it is very, very important. The launch is very important, and after that, the experience of what people have an experience from a caller, from a call center versus a person working in the company speaking to you, are completely different. A salesperson actually talking to you, two people will talk in two different ways. And so that's another thing. The experience, how important the brand launches are, and then second, the experience. Today we are living in completely AR, MR, Unreal engines, Unreal productions, where people, we create all that in the static medium, a plan, and then they walk away, which never existed, correct? And then we show it to the customers when they come in. What they see is a show flat completely, and then we do create 3D things. Technology is actually taking things much further than that to give people an entire experience of being there. And then we talked about personalization, and then you cannot, this is the era where you can ask about hyper personalization, because so much of data is available. Somebody need to crunch the data, somebody needs to gather the data, and then somebody has said when they're filling up the form, that's an occasion for you to really learn a little more. When they're searching, search is which is becoming far more contextual, to Bala's point, it is becoming very contextual, and then search knows you before you type in a word. That's the era we are in, and then we are going to see a huge transformation of search in next 6 months to 1 year. Everything is at beta stage today, But we are hoping that, search we have seen from Yahoo to Google 1 to Google 2, how it has changed. And then the new phase is coming where data is going to be far more personalized. And then you will know the context in which people are typing a word or expressing, something. And then visual search is going to become important. And videos are going to become important. And visual, not just videos. We are living in a completely visual world. And then this visuals, AI is going to change the way we consume, create, and then use visuals. Today, it has become easier. At one point in time, you need to be a typographer to know between 8 point to 10 point of any font. Today everybody knows. And then today people can create videos. And at one point in time, it was prerogative of very few people, several hundreds in the country. Today, more than 500, 600 million people are creating videos every day. So in this world, this entire how real estate brands will cope up with building a brand and then also creating this entire experiential journey before the human intervention happens. That is where I think, a lot of other categories feel that real estate fails. And then that's the reason why bounce rate is very high in spite of being interested in an apartment or in the category or in the area to buy something. So the entire digital journey is very abruptly disturbed. Once you are interested in that, the second part of me getting far more interested and creating, some spoke about the impact and then the campaign launches. But that's the second part. Experiential is equivalent to a brand today. Experiential is equivalent to 90% of a sale of anything today. So this experiential part of it, how far you think that it is important to reality, and then what is that which one need to do to really improve this entire, as everyone is saying that 20% to 2% conversion. That is an opportunity to make that entire conversion efficient. That is where a lot of global brands or experiential brands are focusing on. How can we improve the experience so that we become a better brand, whether it is physical or whether it is digital, whether it is Nike, physical and digital, whether it is Starbucks, which is digital and also physical. So how, these are the things, how relevant they are to real estate and what can be done in those two areas to really get much better results at the end of the day. So anyone wants to go? Yeah. Yes.
I'll take an attempt to this.
Yeah, please.
See, I think what I'll do is I'll try to distinguish between the digital and the physical world, and how can we create experiences between both of these worlds, and what kind of personalization, if needed, we can bring in, right? So within real estate, the intent or the reason of purchase of a certain property could be very different. For someone, it could be their first home, which is their dream of a lifetime that they're fulfilling. For someone, it could be an investment that they're doing for a better cash flow in the future. For someone else, it could be their second or a third home, which is more of a self-gratification of having achieved something in life, right? So different consumers would have different reasons of buying a certain property. But what do we do as real estate marketers mostly is that we have a certain project and there is a certain campaign or a communication that is there, which is broadcasted to everyone. Now, if there is a possibility to understand and categorize these consumers across their intent of purchase separately, and what if we're able to kind of reach out to them with a communication which is very relevant to why they are looking to buy a property, right? And I think that could make a huge difference in terms of personalization, which is possible on the digital front. I'm sure a lot of us, when we do digital campaigns, we ask people why are they buying? Is it a self-use? Is it an investment? XYZ. But after that, how is that data point integrated in the consumer's journey is largely not figured out or is not done. So I think getting that right set of data at the beginning and using it properly in the consumer journey is something that is important, which would really make consumer feel very different, that okay, these people know me well and they're treating me how I'm supposed to. So on the digital front, that's I think one way of looking at personalization. On the physical front, real estate has a huge kind of range of price points that it works in, from around 15, 20, 30 lakh to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 crore, huge range of price points, right? And the experience that people expect and what pushes them to make a decision and go ahead for a booking is very different in this price range, right? So while there is a big bazaar that works, there is also a very sophisticated supermarket that works, right? Because these are two different consumer segments. And according to the product segment that is there, if we are able to create the experience at site when people are coming to buy a certain property, which is very relevant to that consumer. So say if we're looking at a 40, 50 lakh property, what would also happen is that the volume of people coming in would be more. Right? The kind of experience that we can give would also be limited because of the volume that would be there. As compared to someone who's coming to buy, say, a 5 crore or a 10 crore property, the kind of experience they would expect would be very, very different. They would possibly expect a star hospitality. They would expect someone to know them by name before they are entering a site, right? And this is something that we did at one of the super luxury projects that we're doing. When we knew that a consumer is going to come in, and we had their name displayed on a digital board, and it was like a wow moment to start with, where he felt very at home and warm that, okay, I'm entering into a place where people know me and I'll be treated in a certain way. So I think this kind of a personalization and creating the experience which suits the product and the consumer category on the physical front, while having a very differentiated experience and personalization on the digital front, is possibly going to make things better in real estate, closer to the other e-commerce and startup guys, how they are doing.
Sridhar, if I may just add to the thing. I think it's a very pertinent thing that you brought up in this factor of experience. Anybody who buys a home, no matter at what level or what kind of segment they're buying in, they're actually buying their aspiration. And I think that's where the experience comes in. And I think there are technologies and there are things which are into a very, very progressive stage at this point in time, wherein these experiences are getting merged from where a digital experience may start and you end the experience with a physical at your site. Because what we are selling is practically, to a lot of extent, because if 60-70% of the inventory is sold where we have not even dug and it's at a pre-launch or a launch stage, then we have these kind of experiences which is online or at the site office that the experiences come into play. So we work very closely with Vivek's team actually in building this digital experiences in terms of how the virtual elements come into play whilst they browse over the site or at the physical site of it. Then we move into the various kind of experiences that we do in terms of the soft experiences that one would prefer to be treated with. Plus, what has become even more important is because in the way that today people look at transparency, because it's a factor of a huge decision making of probably once in a lifetime kind of a thing for majority of the people. We have taken the experience even to another level of one step before the model apartment. So where we've taken how a person can take a virtual tour plus a physical tour of even how we build every home. So what the walls will look like even without being painted, in terms of what kind of materials go into it, what kind of plumbing materials go into, what kind of switches, what kind of other aspects, which we call it as an experience center ourselves, or a design museum, or what you call it as a technical museum that we bring in, so that that transparency is there, and that actually adds on to the experience of how the customers see their products. So I think we're moving and taking a whole lot of borrowing a whole lot of things from the other industries also, in terms of where you see it, believe it, buy it.
Thank you. I think what you guys are doing is wonderful. Thanks for sharing what you are doing. There was an experiment which we did with one of the real estate companies in Bombay for their show flats. They wanted the families to really be very happy. So one thing was, you get the best interior decorator and then you buy the best props which you can, and then stuff them in a show flat which people cannot afford.
So, Sridhar, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we
Yeah, I
have
know.
really, gone over
Yeah,
time.
I'm just summing up.
Yes.
So the point is, when they checked into that house, into that model, whatever apartment, before walking in, we asked them to sign up with their Facebook account. When they signed up with their Facebook account, the television screens displayed their family pictures and whatever personal pictures, that suddenly made them feel like their own home. And then tea was served on the dining table. It was not something which people cannot touch. So experience is everything. Experience makes the last minute decision for people, especially in a category like yours. To sum it up, I think we have discussed, far more important to the category is lead generation and conversion into sale, and then the human interface, and then the human emotion at the time of the sale, which is where experience comes in. And then we talked about how brand stories make a difference, and videos are becoming important, and AA is becoming an equalizer for everyone. Thank you, panelists. That's the time which we have, and Sapna is going to kill me if I take any more minutes.
But thank you, everyone. We have some questions as well from our audience, but unfortunately, because we have next set of speakers already there, but one question, Vivek, I have to take it with you. One, they're asking, what is the one top mistake that you will say one should avoid for losing leads?
I think I already covered, but let me reiterate again. See, the top mistake is once your salesperson says that this lead is not interested, right? You put him on a cold storage and you never actually talk to that guy again.
Okay. So not to put any lead on cold storage. That is one big mistake.
Churning of leads, because see, customers are at different stages of life cycle, right? They are at different stages of their life. So how do you churn back those leads, and how do you reactivate, and how do you convert those leads?
Okay.
Don't never say never.
Okay.
If the customer
Never say never.
If the customer
that's the message from Vivek. Never say never. Never put any lead on cold storage. And Ashish, one specific question for you is what according to you is the one top idea for lead generation in 23?
See, I think we have to keep it simple. What Vivek also said, just keep it simple. Let's not make it too complex. On the top, fortunately, the broking business, fortunately, will always have human intervention. And I can stick my neck out and say this. Internet would have destroyed travel agents, but it enhanced banking. So anything which will come in terms of technology will always enhance us as tech-enabled brokerages. I call such companies as TEBs, tech-enabled brokerages. So they'll only help us to run the funnel better and stuff like that. But human intervention, first thing which I tell to my people when they come on board, we are not brokers, we are not advisors, we are doctors. What if you go into a doctor and you feel the doctor is not the right guy? You will just step out. You will not even buy a medicine which he recommends. So you have to behave like a doctor. If we behave like doctors and we get the support from all the technology around, then we create that value. So keep it simple, give them the right information, give the right information at the right time, and I think you will crack it.
Okay, keep it simple, be like a doctor, never say never. Again, that's I think the James Bond title, but thank you so much. I think that was a wonderful conversation, and thank you everyone for that inputs that you shared with our audience. We have many questions, but we will take them online. Thanks, Mr. Sridhar, for that wonderful moderation of the panel. Vivek, Bala, Naveen for being here with us. Mr. Ashish Kukreja for sharing your views on how lead generation can be made better. Dhruva, always a pleasure to have you here with us. And Ayushi, she had to, get to another meeting, but thanks Ayushi for being here with us and being part of this panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys.
So this was definitely a very interesting panel discussion we had. Our next session, let me tell you, is equally interesting, where we will talk about content marketing and risk and rewards of ChatGPT and AI. So let me welcome our speakers of this session. I first welcome our moderator, Mr. Sunil Mishra, MD and CEO of Respect India and Chief Strategy Officer, Anurag Group. Mr. Mishra has about 30 years of experience in building businesses across telecom, BFSI, online startups, and now tech-driven real estate. He is currently leading the build-out of new growth businesses for the Anurag Group, including Respect, a B2C open market broking business. He also leads group strategy for Anurag. I welcome our speakers in an alphabetical order. Let me introduce Mr. Nitin Nagpal, Director, Sales and Marketing, Pre-Sales and Sourcing for Dosti Realty. Nitin Nagpal has almost 25 years of experience in real estate sector. His major strengths include industry knowledge and transaction advisory. Our next panel member, I welcome Mr. P. Rajendran, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Shapoorji Pallonji Real Estate, who brings over 2 decades of rich experience in real estate and consumer goods, and he has served in leadership roles in renowned companies such as Tata Value Homes, Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, and Eureka Foods. Our next panel member for this session is Mr. Rakesh Sethia, President, Sales and Marketing, CRM and Business Strategy, Rustomji. Mr. Sethia is the Chief Sales Officer of Rustomji and holds a diploma in Business Finance from the Institute of Chartered Financial Analysts of India, and he also holds Masters in Business Administration from Global Next University. He has been associated with Rustomji since 2019, and prior to that, he was associated with Vodafone Idea Limited. Our next panel member is Ms. Ritika Shah, AVP Corporate Communication, Hiranandani Group. She has over 15 years of rich experience as public relation and communication expert, and she drives many external agencies and is also part of marketing and sales to provide exposure for end-to-end communication. She has consistently established key communication goals with agility and innovation in practices. Our next panel member is Mr. Samrat Tiwari, founder Websa, which is an independent modern digital agency formed by professionals who have more than a decade of experience in digital arena. He believes in solving real-world problems using technology and marketing. Our next member for this panel is Sukanya Das Gupta, Senior Director and Head, Marketing and Communications, Colliers, and she has more than 15 years of domain experience with expertise in developing media strategies and relations, brand building, corporate communications, including crisis communications, social media, and digital platforms with strategies that differentiate brands. So this is our eminent panel. Let me now hand it over to Mr. Sunil Mishra to take forward the conversation.
Thanks, Sapna. Thanks for the gracious introduction for everyone, and always a pleasure to be back on the Realty Plus sessions. So good afternoon, friends. After 2 intense sessions and slightly long sessions, I would say, since we are part of the last one on digital and lead generation, I think we have been given the job ticket to dive a bit deeper into content marketing, and within that on the usage dynamics of generative AI like chat, GPT, etc. That is specific sort of a topic given to us. I'm going to be the moderator for the session to moderate the extreme views of some of these smart participants here. I was just listening to Sapna introduce people with 30 years work experience, 25 years work experience, 15 years work experience, sort of feeling old and thinking that, hey, if chat GPT and AI are actually going to reset the experiences, it's going to be awesome. If you have to relearn stuff starting afresh, it sort of is an exciting out of comfort zone that all of us are going to be pushed into. So people who know me a bit know my love for history and context. So today, as a moderator, I'll lay down 2 contexts. One is for the evolution of marketing and content marketing itself, slightly onerous and lofty sort of objective that I'll take to summarize almost 200 years of marketing evolution in 2-3 minutes, and then 1 or 2 minutes on evolution of AI, generative AI, chat GPT, etc. So I'll lay down these two contexts, and then we'll dive into slightly more relevant and deeper topics on AI. For the benefit of the audience, we'll warn you that we are not techies. None of us on this call are techies. So we'll keep it at a general strategy slash marketing oriented discussion level. We don't have any sort of pretense or that we are gonna talk about coding here. So I'm just laying down the expectations here that all of us are dyed in the wool marketeers. So starting with the first context on marketing, and the panel is obviously comprising of serious marketeers, but for the larger audience, marketing itself has gone through a few intergenerational changes. The early 20th century saw some of in-your-face sales-oriented marketing, very American sort of stuff with 3 USP points written on the print ad and $8.33 sort of marketing happening. Second World War onwards, the second half of 20th century, we started getting a bit oriented towards brand-oriented marketing with Kotler, Trout and Rice, and Ogilvy talking about and nudging towards brand-oriented marketing. So it started moving from sales-oriented to brand-oriented at that time. The website started emerging towards the end of this era. You remember early end of 20th century. And direct marketeers, how many of you will remember, were Reader's Digest, Wonderman. They used to send those immaculate correspondences. They carried the sort of onus of content marketing in those days. Last 20 years, 2000 to 2020, saw the emergence of digital advertising and performance marketing. So when many companies, specifically those in direct sales, started moving towards sharp shooting lead generation activities, content marketing in this era was bringing traffic to your website, right? And through social media posts, blogs. So again, a shift was there from brand to lead generation to sales again. So I'm just detecting a sort of a cyclical change. And thankfully, 2021 onwards, with AI and specifically generative AI and LLMs, large language models coming in vogue, content marketing, I think, has got an unprecedented shot in the arm. And hopefully the marketing cycle is shifting back again to an era of strong brand building, with brands vying for building thought leadership, top of mind recall through smarter content, possibly bolstered by generative AI applications like ChatGPT. So the philosopher in me still thinks that some of the good days of brand oriented marketing are back, and we have to thank our pal ChatGPT for that partly. So that's one context of content marketing itself. I have, of course, taken a lot of liberty to summarize stuff and not going to specifics there. On the other sort of context on AI, generative AI, large language models, and ChatGPT, very quickly taking a step back, AI itself is an umbrella term, and having been around since 1960s, but it took off in the past 10 years, specifically because computing powers increased, the processing power of computers, and big data started getting collected thanks to Internet of Things, etc. When data was there, computing power was there, AI really took off. And image processing, autonomous cars, robotics, predictive models, machine learning, there are these 4-5 areas where AI could have been bucketed into it. Coming to the last couple of years and last year specifically, generative AI, that is within AI, it's a specific system that can generate content, as the name sort of suggests. And this content could be images itself. There are softwares like DALI. And about 3 months back, when I discovered that, I wrote Virat Kohli seeing a building coming up. And within 3 seconds, there is a picture of Virat Kohli seeing a building emerging on Juhu Beach. And then it could have voice, which is Valley. So 3 seconds, it hears your voice and can sort of give any messages in your voice instantly. There could be the software coding. Copilot is there. Amazon's Content Whisperer. They are sort of generating software on their own. And finally, large language models, which includes ChatGPT or Bard or ChatSonic. So that's the quick evolution and short evolution in the last 2-3 years. But a lot of research has gone into this in the last 10 years to come to the stage where we are. So in the course of today's discussion, we will probe into the brains of the sales and marketing experts here. We'll try to find out more on in-practice applications of these large language model like ChatGPT, get deeper into the relevance and application in real estate sales and marketing. So that's the sort of overall context, taking a step back on this. From the panel discussion structure perspective, I've got 5-6 areas of discussion. With the permission of all the panelists, I will sort of try to cover as many of these areas as possible. We will pull out 2 to 3 sort of participants for each topic, so that the fourth and fifth person doesn't feel unfair that all the points have been covered, and we move on to the next topic. But I'll start off with a bit of easing everyone into the topic itself on content marketing. And I'll request all 6 panelists to possibly take a crack at that topic. Possibly we'll go in the order of alphabetical order, like Sapna pointed out. So we'll start off with Nitin, Rajendran, Rakesh, Ritika, Samrat, Sukanya, if it's fine. And then we'll sort of break the other sort of topics among 2-3 people. So I just wanted to you to talk about content marketing. How have you been using content marketing in your business, and what parts of content marketing are used by your team? Please feel free to go ahead and start talking about AI, ChatGPT as well. But the first, I just wanted us to talk about a bit of content marketing, specifically for real estate sales and marketing, since the audience is comprising that. So could we start off with you, Nitin, and then we'll keep on going to Rajendran, Rakesh, Ritika, Samrat, and Sukanya.
Hi everyone, Sunil. I think you have summarized it very well before, ending this entire discussion, and we have covered the points very well. I think we all know by now that we have reached a stage where digital marketing is very, very important for all of us. I think the way things are going, people read newspaper on mobile, and people are on social media. So it's very important for developers like us and all of us largely to use content marketing. So be it by blogs, social media, video marketing, influencer marketing, SEOs. So basically, why do we do this? We obviously do this for branding as well as to generate leads. Ultimately, bottom line is that generating lead is also very, very important. So what we have observed is that in these days, video marketing is a tool which works very well, because in today's time, I think everybody wants to probably go through this interaction where you're watching something and you're listening something, and this is very attractive, and this really triggers them to probably click on some link where probably the lead is generated. So video marketing is doing very good. Influencer marketing also is working very well, because there are a lot of followers with the influencer one who's promoting your product. So this is largely, I think, the era where everybody has realized that in marketing spend earlier, I remember probably 18-20 years back that we were used to hardly spend anything on digital. I think now we feel, depending on project to project, our spend on digital marketing and overall has increased, and content marketing is also increasing day by day. It can go to 30% of the entire marketing cost, and sometimes also to 45%, because the leads which we get is definitely much more or higher than what we used to get earlier on the other platform. And the last thing on this topic from my end is that it is the best part of digital marketing or content marketing is that it all depends how fast you can reach the client. It's very, very important for all of us when we do such kind of content marketing. If we get any kind of leads from these platforms, we have to revert back to the customers within few seconds and not few minutes. So I think that's very, very important for all of us to keep this thing in mind.
Nitin, thanks for keeping it under 2 minutes. I forgot to tell that I'll help Sapna a bit. So let's do the first round in about 2 minutes each. And Nitin, thanks a lot for summarizing the 3-4 types of content marketing. You of course took a step back and spoke about digital marketing on the whole as well. So thanks for giving that introduction. Can we move ahead? Will Rajendran, will you pick it up from here?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak on this. So content marketing, as we know, is as old as what we can say is real estate. So content marketing has been part of real estate. And in fact, with every industry, to be honest, only thing is that the content marketing has now moved from offline to online in the last few years. And this has actually brought in new medium, which can be used for content marketing, which earlier was limited to, for example, brochures or coffee table books or articles in the newspapers. Now we can see property listings and descriptions. We can see online or e-brochures. We can see virtual tours. We can see social media marketing being done through the Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, which are commonly used, and they are for listing properties as well as sharing testimonials or highlighting success stories or engaging with the customers. To be honest, this is one of the platform where engaging with the customer goes very well. Similarly, blogging and articles, which has gone now, online blogging articles, which are helping people with not only purchase decisions, but also with market trends, home improvement tips, neighborhood guides. So this becomes actually a tool which people are using often. And these kind of engaging content marketing is what brings in more traffic to the organization or to the website, because you then are showing a leadership trait that where you are not only talking about your product, but about the industry and the trends as well. And as we can see, the last few years, email newsletters still in the vogue, even though it was being used about 10 years back. And also what we had earlier was the customer testimonial videos, which are now available easily, which we can be putting on maybe the website or through engaging platforms. And this also become very important for content marketing. More importantly, what has also helped is with Google and other software available, Google Analytics and all, a lot of infographics are available now. So these infographics also make it very engaging for us to deal with customers, the market statistics, or even for property informations, trends and all. So I would say overall, if you look at it, all of these have been used in the various companies that I have been, in my previous company, in my current company, and it's only getting more and more engaging with more platforms being used. And today's world, actually, if my brand manager was here today to discuss this, he would be engaging the team more or the panel more. But obviously, there are things which we have seen over the years changing, and it is changing for good.
Excellent. Thanks a lot for that summary. And you have been in Forbes. You have sort of been in the forefront of in-your-face sales and brand building. So you have seen the world. Thanks for summarizing the journey from the earlier brochures to the e-brochures, listing, social media marketing now, the testimonial videos, blogging. I think the whole gamut of content marketing that today comprises or is used in real estate. Thanks for that summary. Rakesh, would you like to keep on carrying on? That's good.
Yeah. Hi, Sunil. Hi, everyone. Okay, so, from this vast experience all these panelists have in real estate, I would like to say that, I have just about 4 years experience in real estate. Now, prior to real estate, I have worked for quite a long time in retail, FMCG, and telecom industry. So when we are talking about content and also, the availability of data pipe, mobile data proliferation, in fact, I feel slightly happy, and I would like to go back to my telecom experience where I joined in 2002 and I worked till 2019. And I happened to work with 3 very, very large organizations, Hutchison SR, Reliance Communications, and then Idea Cellular, which actually went on to merge in Vodafone and became Vodafone Idea. So I remember the times actually from that period is that in 2002, it was just about voice. And in fact, voice was also quite restricted. And, there were charges for outgoing and incoming mobile telephony. And then thereafter, it went on to include the value-added services. And then, from 2007-8 onwards, we started talking about GPRS, then 2.5G, then 3G, and then 4G. And now, people are talking about 5G and all. So I would like to, draw your attention to Idea Cellular's 2008 or 9 campaign, maybe, if you remember, so Education for All, where Abhishek Bachchan as a brand ambassador spoke about that education would be reaching the nooks and corner of the country in the rural area, and the videos would be available. And around 2013-14, WhatsApp started making a lot of inroad, and it started eating into telecom industry's SMS revenue. Right? I'm sorry, I'm taking you back to telecom industry. I thought, I'll just bring in some other flavor also. So, so at that point of time, there was strong competition between the telecom operators in terms of data revenue, and also, the loss of revenue happening to OTT players like WhatsApp and other tools which were coming in. But one thing, which we realized at that point of time was that it is the videos which are going to become the king. Videos are going to drive the data consumption. And what we saw in 2014-15 when 3G got launched, and 16-17 when 4G got launched, the average consumption per subscriber have gone up like anything. So in the earlier time, people would consume about 100 MB of data per month on mobile handsets. And now is the time where the data consumption is as high as 15 GB per month and 20 GB per month per subscriber also. Now with all this penetration of technology, availability of data pipe, availability of so many tools, whether it is the 4G, 5G, or it is the data analytical tools, or it is the chat GPT that we are talking about, the digital definitely was bound to penetrate and bound to take huge amount of growth with the consumers. Now with that, we've seen, earlier there were other techniques about getting to know about the consumers. The consumers, typical FMCG organizations would use the Nielsen's and market research agency to understand more about the consumers. Now, actually, the power is reaching to everybody. Everybody knows, whether it is the consumer or it is the brands. People are aware, what they are looking for. So brands have got more understanding about the consumers. Consumers have got more understanding about the choices that they have. And the competition has totally intensified. It is reaching across the product boundaries. So it is not that as a real estate seller, we've got competition only from real estate. So customer has got certain wallet, certain disposable income, and customer may, well, at times, may choose to buy a luxury car in place of buying a home. So I think, the choices are intensifying for the consumers. Content definitely is the king. Video marketing and targeting the customer basis the profile, basis the requirement, demographics, sociographics, all those things are extremely, extremely important. So content marketing definitely plays an important role. In the last 2-3 years, digital marketing has become very important thing. However, I think as we go along, I would like to speak about what we look at digital. Do we look at digital as a medium, or do we look at it as a channel? Right. So I think, that is going to have maybe some kind of impact on how we use digital and what kind of communication approach that we use with the customers.
Super.
So thank you, Sunil.
Wonderful, different perspective. You have built the highways in your earlier job. Now you're filling the highways with the content that's created. Real estate is just another sort of a use case for content marketing, which you brought about. You spoke about the democratization of research from AC Nielsen to giving the research tool in everyone's hands to the internet, and now through AI. What a wonderful journey that has also traversed. Thanks a lot, Rakesh. Moving on, Ritika, you want to take the mic and keep on rolling, please?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm audible.
Yes, you are, but not visible now. I think the camera is knocked off. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's, sorry for this technical glitch. So yeah, as all the colleagues mentioned, the panelists said, what are the things that we use in terms of content marketing, right from amplifying the impact and the messaging on the social media to infographics. We also invest a lot of drones because it's more about the land and the property plot buying is happening. So the use of the drone have also increased. AR, VR has been very, very useful during the COVID times. We have a traveling issues. So at that time, I think the whole AR and VR to showcase the property really picked up very well, and people are aware about the geographical locations of the developers or the property coming up. So that whole AR and VR augmented reality of showing the show flat sitting at your desk was really very useful. Beyond that, content marketing is also most of the time people are using it for the lead generation or product and sales. But we have also started using more into customer retention, customer stickiness, customer engagement, and how to enhance with constant nurturing of content, the customer lifetime value, because real estate is a one-time buying product, or at the most, very wealthy, filthy rich people can buy it twice. And it is very micro market driven. So a lot of regional content comes into the play, a lot of hyper localization content comes into the play. So we have diversified the content bucket, and I think a lot of search engines and the AI tools are really helping us to go one step ahead and reaching it out to the different stage of customers, like if they're on the awareness stage, or an interest stage, or a desire, or an action stage. So we can customize that kind of communication. So a lot of data analytics have been helping. Churning of the data is helping. Decoding the trends, decoding the data into infographics, the video content. So it is completely, the collaboration of all the mediums of communication, putting out on the one platform. And it's a holistic way of approaching the larger customer pool across the geographies.
Super, Ritika. Power punched. I keep on making notes, and there are 6-7 bullet points already that you have given, starting from the drones, AR, VR. In my sales review, I penalize anyone who says pandemic nowadays. But thanks for bringing the pandemic changed consumer behavior in marketing. Obviously, it's very important to see the structural change which happened in the customer. Customer retention was a very interesting one. I would love to discuss that at some point. And how do you do that? And the regional hyper local sort of thing, you brought the IDA framework back into discussion as well, and how you will customize content for each of the stage. Would be wonderful to hear about this in your next sort of editions as well. Samrat, Sukanya, it's getting tougher now since all the topics are getting ticked off. Samrat, you want to make it tougher for Sukanya before she takes over, please? Samrat, you're on mute. Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, hi, Sunil and everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samrat, and I happen to be from the other side of the table. I'm an agency, and we've been working very aggressively into performance marketing and digital marketing for real estate and other brands. So coming back to content marketing now, what has happened is when it, as Rakesh sir and Ritika rightly said, and probably I would relate to what Rakesh talked about back in 2004, 2003, how content marketing was, and then how eventually it evolved with people coming into multiple media platforms. So for me, real estate buying is like a 3 months to 6 months TAT. Like, for example, if I'm able to also generate a very good lead from the first day, it has to go through a cycle of communications for the next 3 months or 6 months, or probably 2 months to 6 months. It depends on the kind of inventory you have, but eventually it is not like an impulsive buy. I cannot go to a DMart and I can buy the product. So it has to have a very good content strategy around it, like from starting from the product to eventually talking about what the product has to offer otherwise, in terms of the localities, in terms of other buyers who have gone through it, like the testimonials, in terms of the location advantage that it has, in terms of all the other aspects that that would actually help them to understand the better product, the better value of the product, whether they want to take a call or not. Because eventually, whenever a person who wants to take a real estate property, he always bounds to or closes on 2 to 3 the last 2 to 3 inventories that he wants to close on, and he has shortlisted it, and then eventually he takes a call on one of them. So it is very important that while this journey that he has already shortlisted, who is the first person to create that content for him that gives him all the required knowledge, all the required advantages, and all the required values before he takes a call that he's going to make for the next 15 years or 20 years. Obviously, we are going to talk about more and all of that. But as of now, for the first question, I would want to talk about, yes, content marketing is important for real estate, and it is going to be there. How we are going to use it, it completely depends on the perspective of the marketer, of the brand, and obviously on the product as well.
Fantastic, Samrat. Thanks for bringing the temporal frame of the home buying process itself. And I think you were hinting at long-term content marketing oriented brand building versus a 3 to 6 month cycle, in which itself you could sort of unleash a tactical content strategy to engage with the customer more and veer him towards buying a home the way you wanted. I think it's a fantastic point you mentioned, and we'll hear more about that. So Kanya, would you like to round up this round with whatever's left?
Right. Thanks, Sunil, and thanks everyone. Thanks Realty Plus for having me. I'm Sukanya, and I head marketing and communications for Colliers in India. For me, Sunil, content rules. I think it was always the king of any campaign. The big change is that the world has moved from a fact-based approach to a storytelling and narrative approach. I think storytelling in marketing is the single biggest draw. It will continue to remain the most effective tool to drive consumer audience stickiness. Why do people come back to your page? What is it that they get? I think today B2B content on social media channels or on any platform is no different from B2C content. It is all about driving engagement, focusing on the value that we bring, keeping the target audience in mind. There's a lot of importance given to content strategy, at least in our organization, and the content that is required to keep our audience engaged, especially organic content. I think all organizations today are using all mediums when it comes to content marketing. There's thought leadership to market, there's case studies, research, insights, there are employer branding campaigns, and for some organizations here on the call, it's also about sales, right? I think the most important aspect when it comes to content marketing is how we are optimizing that content, ensuring that it is searchable, easily consumed by our audience. The simple it is, the better it is. That's when all the other mediums like search engine optimization, paid amplification, they play a very important role. I think distribution today is actually the easiest part. We all have company websites, we have media publications, we have social media, digital channels, and there are so many innovative tech tools that help us amplify our content for clients, for a talent. That's also a major audience bucket for us. And the end product, like most of the speakers here and even the previous panel was talking about, it's lead generation, business opportunities that we are able to generate. For us, there's another very, very important audience bucket, and that is talent. We are looking to attract very good quality talent today for our business. We are a service company. We are not a product firm. So they remain another very, very important audience bucket for us. So clients and talent are the two segments that we are always talking to. So that's why for us, organic and paid content would rule. That's how I would summarize.
I think very well ended for the panel. Content was always king, or actually queen of marketing, if you may. Moved from facts-based to storytelling, and I started remembering Yuval Noah Harari's *Sapiens* on how humans evolved after cognitive revolution, and storytelling was the way they went ahead. Coincidentally, large language models is the language part of what *Sapiens* brings out again, and all this is sort of actually converging into current advancements in AI. But love the keep it simple rule that you mentioned, optimizing the mix. And thanks for bringing out the employee as a sort of a recipient of our strategies, which is so important for many of us services companies and even real estate developer companies. I think talent is a problem everywhere. Super great. I think a lovely set of points from all the marketers. Thanks for that. We'll change gears a bit, get into a slightly AI zone, and we'll just like to sort of go across the table, possibly pick up Nitin, Rajendran, and Sukanya for this round, and then leaving the other three for the next question on how can a real estate marketer use AI, specifically generative AI apps like ChatGPT and content marketing. Is your team already using this in a serious way? So that's just I wanted to check with you guys. Nitin, you want to start off, then Rajendran can add, and Sukanya can end that.
Right. So yes, as I mentioned earlier, we have been using it, and that's the way forward, I think, for all of us, the way things are happening. And as a developer, we need to not only generate lead, but we also need to do branding. So, and also give confidence to the customers. So what is important at this point of time for us is, how do we do it? So, as I mentioned, be it video marketing, be it social media, be it SEOs. So we have to ensure that, there's, depending on the project, depending on, what we want to market, the advantage of AI is that, we can select or define a TG, where I want to market, how I want to market it, who my TG is, depending on various timelines, various factors, various approach, and basis the walk-ins what we get. So we have been using AI very aggressively, and this really helps us to get good leads as well. So as I mentioned before also, that what is important in this entire AI is to also interact with the customer on timely basis. So be it ChatGPT, where is another way forward, which is helping all of us to get answers without any human interface. So that's a good thing, which will help and is helping all of us as a developer to generate leads and get a brand building going on.
Super, Nitin. I think I would just clarify, but take a step back and make the AI family a bit more general, because so anything on ChatGPT, predictive artificial intelligence, user chatbot, voice bot, or even anything to do with NLP or something like that. If you're using it for the benefit of audience to know that more. Rajendran, you want to continue?
Yes, so I was coming to that. Thank you, Sunil. So basically, currently what our team is using, and we've been using it for, I think, last couple of years since the time AI started functioning on the various platforms. We have been using AI-powered chatbots on our website. We have virtual assistants, and they have been integrated into the website and the other social media platforms. These assistants are actually helping.
Sorry, is it me or have we lost Rajendran?
Yeah, Ivan, I think we lost him.
Interact with the and they are engaging with the visitors in real time. Like as we said now today, in the last discussion also you saw, they are expecting answers any time of the day. And we not being present physically, but engaged through the chatbots, it is helping us get visitors in real time, offering personalized recommendations, and also helping guide users through the buying or the renting process, whichever the case may be. We also found that AI is helping us in optimizing our website. So all the user data that we have today, the browsing behavior, the preferences, it is helping us to optimize the website, even helping us customize the emails based on the preferences, and also understanding individual interests and preferences. So we have been able to do that on some of the platforms with neighborhood guides, investment opportunities, and some of these have been implemented. Some of these are work in progress as of today. So like, as we said, as a market leader or as somebody who is leading the real estate market in a particular micro market, we will be able to also provide market trends. So these are also based on some of the searches that they do. In addition to that, we also have lead nurturing and email marketing, as we discussed earlier, even content optimization and SEOs, where this is helping us with meta tags and all, analyzing keywords, keyword searches. So this is also helping us improve making it more SEO friendly. What we would want to also get into, currently maybe not used in a big way, is use of ChatGPT or AI for generating ideas, for example, blog posts for social media content. It may not be exactly the content, but even, for example, providing keywords or target information or specific themes. At least it will set a context through whatever hints or output that the ChatGPT or AI gives us. It can become a spark, or it can spark our creativity to that route. Another possibility would be to get the initial drafts, for example, which can be then refined based on what the company stands for, what are the brand values. Based on that, we can modify, but a basic draft can always come out of a ChatGPT and AI on the content part of it. I think these are few things. Some of them definitely we have been using for a couple of years. And as I said in my earlier discussion also regarding data analysis, a lot of real estate market data, demographic information is available. So those are also being used extensively by my team for research, for new product development, for market analysis, for even seeking new land parcels where we should come up, depending on what, like we get a lot of data on where the people are searching from. So this helps us get information on where should our next project be, for example. So that input also we can give our companies.
Super. So summarizing, starting from Nitin as well, who had said, hey, we could use it to define who the TG is more specifically on interacting with customers, which Rajendran carried out with his chatbots sort of instance. Chatbot, of course, cover night hours, which is a bane of almost 15% of our leads possibly come post call center hours. And I love the point about developing market trends, Rajendran, based on the data that you get. A lot of it is website analytics as well, looks like, from what you were describing, which has been around, but they will become sharper now with AI coming in there. And
Yes.
I think you intend to potentially use ChatGPT. I'm sort of almost telling the audience on behalf of all of us that none of us have used ChatGPT for the last 30 years or 30 months. Possibly we all have started dipping our toes in the water. So the discussion is, what could we use it for specifically in real estate sales and marketing as well? So Kanya, you or your clients, have they got any experience already on using ChatGPT or any type of AI in content marketing?
Yeah, so I think baby steps, that's what I would say. As marketers, we are always hungry for new technologies, for new ideas, strategies, tools, that could help us increase our brand visibility, generate excellent, relevant content that delivers the brand message in an effective way, and also ensures that our content and campaigns reach the right audience. And I think this is the story of every marketer, regardless of which industry they come from. We are all looking to target a specific audience with engaging content to promote our service and enhance our business growth. We've also started exploring ChatGPT for our social media content. Like I said, baby steps. It is definitely a great tool to optimize time. However, it does need a human intervention, in the sense that you need to be very clear with the brief, with the right keywords, using the right keywords to achieve good results. Otherwise you just end up wasting time and effort. I think everyone has heard the jokes of how AI is, doesn't comprehend what the outcome that you're seeking. I think we've all seen those jokes and memes. So I think that human intervention is very important in ensuring that the tool works right. So when expectations of the tool are set right, half the execution work is done, giving us more time, I think, to work on creative and strategic planning, for whatever is next on the agenda. So it definitely is a very productive way to ensure that we get ample time for a lot of other things. It is a great tool, but I would say that it is most effective with the right human AI collaboration.
Fantastic, Sukanya. So you brought the other topic, which could be an elephant in the room in many AI discussions about human intervention, and you very cleverly protected all our jobs by saying that the strategy and the refinement comes after the initial content. But on a funny note, but prompt engineering and a prompt engineer in the US now get $300,000 starting in salary, and why it's so important to word the questions. So this, I don't know how many of you read your Greek mythology and the Delphic Oracle, where you had to word your question in a very smart way to the Oracle in Delphi. Otherwise, you used to get the wrong answers. So after 3,000 years, it's being repeated now in the AI world. Thanks, Sukanya. And thanks all three of you. The next topic was almost related, and you guys would continue, was on the specific benefits of generative AI applications like ChatGPT in content marketing, or even the larger marketing area. And the other three leaders can keep on talking about your organizations, if you have implemented something or what you intend to do. So if we can continue the sort of discussion with Rakesh, Ritika, and Samrat, going in that order. Rakesh, you want to kick this off, please? Rakesh, you there? Rakesh's screen seems to have frozen. Ritika, you want to carry on till Rakesh comes back, please? So again, the benefits of ChatGPT, generative AI, LLMs, AI in real estate in your company, or potential use, please.
Yeah, so as rightly Sukanya said, it is baby steps, and we all are trying, experimenting, exploring how it really works. But to me, real estate is very, very hyper-local product, hyper-local market. And real estate itself as a business has evolved from just, product to customer orientation. A lot of customer centricity have come into play even into real estate. So earlier it was very product centric. Now it has become very customer centric, and where I see a lot of space and service integration coming into the picture. So the whole purpose of content marketing, I think most of the people are using towards the sales, towards the customer acquisition. But what happens once you are onboarding the customer? How do you nurture? How do you keep them engaged? How do you keep that retention alive? How do you service them with the content? Because they are your elite customers, they are existing customers, and if you can encourage them. So first of all, it's more about building the community with the customers, like the customer community. That's the today everybody talks about the tribe and the community. So your customers are the basic important communities that you need to keep engaging with them. A lot of business comes from the referrals in real estate. I would say, because it's more about the word of mouth publicity, and with all the other tools, I still feel word of mouth tool is very, very effective in real estate. So customer retention also helps. Sorry. Yeah, it also cut down on a lot of your customer acquisition cost. First of all, so the whole journey begins from nurturing to bringing, extending their lifetime value with you. And today we also focus more on the reward, reviews, and referral strategy. Because that's what everybody looks upon, the reviews, and they want to know the referrals. They want to be encouraged or given like a deal sweetener for referring the client, and as well as the kinds of rewards, like how are you going to reward them with a very constructive reviews. Today the audience go and check on the social media and other sites on the reviews. So all of this happens because it's useful to have a lot of predictive output from the AI tools to understand the trends, to understand the market, to give an overview. So it is a more of a content, it gives a condensed inputs and condensed, condensed inputs, information at one place. So it's more about the research platform than I would say. Then it's not about just picking up directly from there. It is not an authentic voice. You need to add a lot of brand value to it, brand ethnicity and authenticity value to it. Customization in communication needs to be there when you pick up information from the AI, but it works as a guidelines to you. So for me, it is more about the guidelines. It definitely lacks human intelligence and brand ethnicity. So for me, it is more about the storytelling. It is about the value proposition that you give to your existing customers. How do you keep them for a longer period so that it reduces your additional customer acquisition cost, and the referrals, reviews, and the rewards. I think all of those comes into the play when we are working on this community. So we always see as a brand tagline, we say that we're creating communities, delivering happiness, because delivering home is beyond the product. So it is more about delivering happiness, and the customer experience comes into the play. So after onboarding the customer, retaining that customer through a content marketing, that is very, very important, because it is also about the service aspect in real estate.
Super, Ritika. Yeah, with a brand like the company that you work in, obviously, I see that you keep on coming to referrals, rewards, because you've got such a huge part of your business coming from that. And it's important, the predictive AI you spoke about, of predicting who the referrer is. And after you all are done, I'll talk about the AI application that we have built for the last 3 years and how we are actually predicting now that who's going to refer a customer. So it's pretty interesting. It's not ChatGPT, but it's predictive. So thanks a lot, Ritika. Rakesh, you're back. Sorry, we missed you a bit. We were just continuing the journey. Samrat will go back to Rakesh and then come to you. Again, Rakesh, on how companies are or should be implementing using ChatGPT and generative AI, large language models in content marketing or marketing in general in real estate.
Yeah. So sorry, there was a bit of a network outage. I got dropped out. So I'll come to the point now.
It was a Vodafone lease lines, is it? Yeah. Good, please. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I think, the application of AI or, Chat GPT, I would say, we can use it for multiple purposes. It can be used for lead generation. It can be used for connecting with the existing customers, or, loyalty referrals, or maybe the customer satisfaction, getting and remaining in touch with the customers, and also for personalized content creation. I would say, the uses are immense. However, and the advantage that it offers is that the scalability is extremely high. So with the AI tools, of course, you can reach to more number of consumers. It can be real time, it can be off time, and the analytics are possible. So a lot of analytical abilities, you get that. However, I would say, the caveat here is that one will need to be a little mindful of what does the organization stand for? What kind of brand building you would like to do? How would you like to communicate with the customers? So while, a lot of personalization is possible in terms of content creation, but the personalization that, a particular brand would have achieved over a period of time with the human work, with the agency's work, how you've done that, or how you stand out for the consumer. I think, one will need to be careful about not to dilute the brand image that you've built for the organization. For me, the marketing or the brand is still, about the same linear trajectory, which is, building brand awareness, being the consideration set, be the most likely to buy brand for the consumer, and then, the kind of experience that you create at the time of purchase. And then if the customer is happy, maybe, you will get the referrals. Now, with the proliferation of digital, what's happening is that a lot of clutter is being created, a lot of noise is being created. What I said earlier was that, do we look at digital as a medium, or do we look at digital as a channel? What we've seen is that, the real brand building on digital is actually, taking a backseat, and there is a mad rush for generating lead and be able to reach out to the customer. What we want to be mindful of as a brand, and some brands may like to be mindful there, or some brands may like to get a higher share of wallet by being the first one. So I think it would depend upon the brand strategy. What I have generally seen is that if you generate 5,000 leads, you are able to get only about 5%, 6% walk-ins. Out of those walk-ins, you get just about 4-5%, 3-4% as the conversions. And in order to churn 5,000 leads, you need to make 40,000 calls. You need to reach out to customer time and again. And many a times, I think all of us have had our own experiences with the telecallers. So as a brand, what kind of space you want to stand in? I think AI is giving that power to the brands to identify the customers more minutely. Rather than looking at the CPLs, maybe identify the customer who can be the rightly
targeted by the brand. Many a time I have seen that, we try to target a 10 crore property or a 5 crore property, but then, you reach to the customer who actually is not really belonging to that TG, or you want to sell a property in a particular geography, or you reach to the customer who's not in that geography, who's actually gone to the other geography. I think with the increase in technology and availability of a lot of information and data about the customer, I think the targeting will need to be sharpened, and that is the advantage which will come. However, I think the brands will need to be mindful how they come across as a brand to the customers. That's where we stand, Sunil.
Brilliant, Rakesh. You sort of touched upon a newer topic of measuring customer satisfaction to start off with, which we had not really covered. But I think the general theme is now coming recurrently about the brand story, the brand building, the personalization of that a brand requires comes on top of the starting point that AI will bring you to. And Rakesh sort of
I have one more point if I have about
okay,
30 more seconds.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think, this personalization of brand, I was just reading an article, or maybe, it's in a book also, is that, what does brand stand for? How would I like to buy a particular brand? I buy a Nike shoe, I buy an MRF tire, I buy, an Asian Paints. What do I buy the brand for is not because how personalized or customized they made the offer to me. I also buy that brand because I know what that brand stands for generally in the public.
Why?
If I buy a Royal Enfield motorcycle, what kind of image Royal Enfield has, not just as a product, but in the minds of people who buy that, right? If I buy a brand, now too much of personalization, where is it that the brands are going to lose the essence, the core? I think that is where everybody will need to be mindful. I think the marketeer will need to be a little careful about how much of personalization, how much of customization. And in fact, I have seen quite a lot of it in my telecom industry, where we used to send across, the personalized packages. One package could be available at 100 rupees in the market. That plan would be given to some customer at 50 rupees. I think rather than doing good for the brand, I think ultimately customers were saying that, why not? Hey, why not you discount the brands in the open market? Why are you running so many customized offers? So various points. I think, the marketeers will need to be careful. I think salespeople definitely will feel that it's an opportunity, just do the cold calls, just reach the customers. But I think we'll need to be mindful of the targeting that we do.
Well said, Rakesh. I think you were referring to Simon Sinek's book, the Why framework. So that is obviously you're bang on that the brand has to tell its story, the purpose, etc. And the CPL to CPQL, which you mentioned, Ki, the sharpened qualified lead instead of lead. I think it's such a important, and I'm sort of very curious to just see what will happen in the next 9 months, 12 months on the lead generation side. I think content marketing, it's already ChatGPT is impacting. So to round it up, we'll bring the master of agency, Samrat. You have been dealing with hundreds of clients, Samrat. Any sort of cutting edge or new or real applications of generative AI, ChatGPT, LLMs, either in lead generation or brand building for any real estate player that you are doing? You are on mute, Samrat. Samrat, you're still on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please, we can.
Cool. Yeah, so thank you, Sunil. So as rightly said by Rakesh sir and Ritika in the past, that it is more to do with the brand rather than transaction. So I take, as of now, AI as a very transactional kind of tool. Because what do you say? GPT is like what? It's generative predefined transformer, right? So you have already predefined your work at the end, and then you are trying to get something out of it, right? So with the current version of it, which is, I believe, currently 4.0, which has close to 1 trillion parameters that they have tried to come up with in terms of data sets. I'm sorry that I'm being a very technical, because this is a very technical topic to talk about. But yeah, so when it comes to those numbers, it is very, very difficult to understand whether we would be able to add a value with this kind of parameters. Have they taken care of the parameters which we are looking at? in terms of GPT or probably the other AI tools. So I have been working with Frazy, I have been working with Dball and Bard and all of these kind of tools. I have experienced them. I have been a part of some seminars with these guys. But what happens is, what I could understand is these are more transactional. So eventually, or I would say more tactical rather than more strategical. So if I have to talk about, so they'll talk more about, I can create an email, I can create a content, I can create a post. But eventually that is not what we are looking at, right? We are looking at a brand image, we are looking at a brand product launch, we are looking at some crores of closures eventually after 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year down the line once we launch a project. So in that scenario, it does not fit into that situation as of now, because it is more tactical in nature. Yeah, obviously, there are some strategical discussions which are happening internally with brands. Like, for example, Microsoft is tying up with 365, Office 365 to inculcate Office 365 with ChatGPT, so that they can inculcate the whole ChatGPT platform into that platform in Office suite, so that people can use the Office suite very easily. So you don't have to be MS Office certified eventually. Probably shayad 3 years or 5 years down the line, you need not have to. You can just talk and then things would come into your in front of you, like कि मेरे को ये formula चाहिए या मुझे ये numbers चाहिए, and then people would throw it because of chat GPT in place. But what I believe as of now is we have to be more tactically using the platforms rather than strategically using the platforms. You cannot derive any analytical data out of it as of now, because I don't know whether the parameters that have been set globally matches the kind of parameters that we are going to look at in terms of getting the value out of it. As of now, we are I think Rajendran sir was talking about more of the analytics part, wherein we were talking about as of now we use Facebook, we use Google Analytics, we use Facebook Audience Insights and all of that, custom audience and all of that, to understand whether we are able to reach to the kind of audiences that we are able to. But that they are still in the ecosystem of Facebook as a platform, they are still in the ecosystem of Google as a platform, they would be still in the ecosystem of the affiliates that we are going to work on. So we have to completely rely on the data. There is no verification that I can make whether Facebook is marketing the same numbers which they are showcasing us, right? So the GPT can be utilized, or the AI platforms. I have seen a few AI platforms which I'm as of now in the midst of, you can say, experimenting to understand whether I can push it to my analytics to give more specific data. So if Sunil wants to see more about amenities, whether I'm showing him amenities only or whether I'm showing him apart from amenities all the other things in my creative communication. So that is something that I think has to be understood from all the other AI platforms. Okay, obviously chat GPT is there, but I'm just saying I'm taking AI as a whole, you can say a phenomenon which is coming in front of us. So in that scenario, this should be the approach, I think, which marketeers should take. And I think even the marketeers should ask their agencies to take this kind of approach, which is more analytical rather than giving more, just for the sake of giving information.
Great, Samrat. Thanks. Slightly, I have a different view on that, on tactical versus strategic. I think generative AI could be used for strategic brand building. And I coming from other industries, I think real estate needs a bit of a dose of brand building as well to sustain it over the next few decades, more than just tactical. But that's a view. Great, guys. Thanks a lot. Sapna, do we have 3-4 minutes more to wrap this up? Should we have one more topic?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Great, thanks. So let me add a couple of our applications that we have started building. I have spoken about this. I've got a podcast as well on the building up of our AI/ML models, Astra models, which is 3 years old now, and they are machine learning. So every month they learn from the past, and these are propensity models. So any engineers or marketers around who have done the regression. So these are they're based on large scale regression, and we are able to predict at the time of the lead generations. When Facebook, you put your name, mobile number, and email, we give it a score of 85. So lead scoring was always there for the last 10, 20 years, but it's rule based. So now this is, and because Anarock has 5 million customers in their lead inquiries in the CRM, we are able to build this model called Astra. So we give the platinum leads to the sales guys, and 10% of leads are giving about 50% of bookings. That's the sharpshooting that we have started doing over the last 2-3 years. And that's a predictive AI, not really generative AI. And the second piece is when the salesperson junks or fails a lead, then the model goes into these buckets, scavenges, takes out 10% and gives it back to the sales guys. We have got a phenomenal almost 6-7 crore in revenue that we got from such leads which were junked and failed by the sales guys in the first instance. So these are Phoenix leads, the leads which are fallen, and we bring them back. So there are specific areas of AI. ChatGPT, of course, we have fooled around by writing our purpose statements, our vision statements. And now I checked with my creative agency lead and my digital lead before coming in. They have started putting campaigns in ChatGPT. So if they define the area and the type of segment, what are the top 10 positioning lines that can be built out? So that's coming out again. And I saw those 7 out of 10 were pretty smart. Which my team may have reached after 3-4 hours of brainstorming. And I agree with all of you that that's the starting point, and then you have to customize it, build it. I see things happening in an interesting way there with LLMs coming in. Samrat, by the way, Windows 365 has been launched 3-4 days back. It's really terrific. You should see that. You can do macros in Excel by just talking to it. We saw it 2 days back. And PowerPoint slides, if you tell them what you want, the PowerPoint deck is coming up. So this is crazy, but all of you should see that in the next 2-3 days. They have launched the beta version of Windows 365. It's crazy. They have
we've already got that session done with Microsoft.
Yeah,
so that is the reason I was talking about it.
Right, that is awesome. Super. Anyone who wants to add anything in the last 2 minutes on any negatives? Yeah, Nitin, sorry, you spoke a long time back.
Yeah. So I just want to say one thing, that yes, AI helps us to identify our TG, and chatbot, which we have on our website landing page, helps us to interact with the customers, so that the customer is engaged and basic information has been given to the customer. However, I still feel that in our country, real estate is still an emotional call which we take. I don't think, I may be wrong, but I don't think that people would want to buy properties online. There will be very few set of people or percentage of people who would want to buy property online. They would still want to physically come to the developer's office or the site where the construction is happening, and then probably they take a decision. So yes, AI, GPT, all these things are definitely way forward and important for all of us. But what is important is also the experience what we give to the customer post that, once the customer is in our office, to ensure that the property is bought by the customer, and even to ensure that our branding is done properly and customer trust us to the team.
Superb, Nitin. Customer experience, customer trust. AI is far away from starting to give us that. Like my chairman said, you can't drink coffee with AI. Anyone else? Possibly last remark. Anyone?
Yeah, so I would like to just add here that there is a risk of job losses is what was indicated. But I would say that, as we have seen with other technologies in the past, I think since the days the computer came on board, these can lead to potential changes in job roles and tasks rather than job losses. So people will evolve, people will learn new skills, and they will still continue to use the AI and ChatGPT, and they will use it to enhance their own profile and work. I think that is where it will come to, because as many of our panelists have pointed out, the human angle is still remains. It's a touch and feel product, and it needs to be touched and felt. Even though we might boast of, like in my few companies, we used to boast of 18 to 20% NRI sales where not even a single person visits the site. But we have provided information in a manner that it was more or less kind of a touch and feel for them. And obviously they do come back and visit the site at a later stage to reaffirm their decision. So that is one thing. And also I feel that the unforeseen challenges or identifying new opportunities or working with experience like ChatGPT and AI can throw us a lot of solutions. But many of them would have been tried out by us in our career for last 20, 25 years, which gives us the edge saying that what worked for us, what has not worked for us. It helps us take calls based on what inputs have come from the AI.
Super. And then with that, if with all your permission, can I hand it over back to Sapna? Sapna, please guide us.
Yeah.
So I would say that human capabilities rather than replacing them.
Yes. Sorry, then we lost you. Yeah. We lost.
I just want to have a word on the same before we close on this. Is as rightly said by Rakesh sir and even Mr. Nitin sir, that obviously real estate requires a good amount of personal or physical communication before we get into a digital communication. Although obviously digital can be a part of capturing a lead, but the closure happens always on the site, no matter what happens. So it is very important and very evident. Then how do we nurture the leads from the lead generation to the person who comes on the table? And as of now, I understand that a lot of agencies would talk about AI and GPT and all of that, which is there in the market and might add a value. But eventually, if you see, none of the customers, it is more of a B2B product rather than a B2C product. So none of the customers are using it. So I have a very good acquaintance and I have a good amount of people who are working with me and from the digitally literate profile. But still, if I have to ask them, what was the last time that they used any AI tool, they are still not answerable to it, because it is still very, very you can say a nascent stage, because it is you cannot take a call. Obviously, it is like it's like a motherly you can say sentiment. You cannot replace a mother, right? You have learned it all over last 20 years and you cannot replace someone because you have come with a tool and then you start using it. So eventually I think it is, as everyone was saying, it is going to be working with human intervention, but it cannot replace it.
I hope these are not famous last words. And with that, Sapna, please.
Yeah, I would like to add one more, Sunil, that I feel we are the creators of this technology, or the disruptor,
obviously,
what we call. And the creator cannot be enslaved by the disruptor. So human intelligence will overpower this always. And we cannot discard the importance of market intel. So market intel is still not fed on the ChatGPT, and the importance of social and personal networking on ground, what market is thriving and breeding on the information still becomes very, very important in decision making. So let's use AI as a guidebook and not a rule book. That's what I would like to put it up.
Super. Thanks a lot, Ritika. Sapna?
That's right. I think technology has its advantages, but it would have been really nice if we would have been doing this in person. That would have been a different flavor. So one question that is very interesting that has come to us, apart from the technology that we have been talking about pure content, because everyone said it's storytelling, it is emotional connect with the customer, brand building. So the question is, should brands and marketers avoid political and cultural topics, or is moment marketing effective? Anyone? Sunil, who do you pick to take the...
Rajendran, Nitin, Rakesh, they are running big brands.
So political, yes, I would avoid. Okay, but cultural moment marketing has been in vogue and we have used it in the past. And it is something which actually links or relates to our TG. So for example, if it's a cultural festival and we are doing a moment marketing activity around that, and we are able to connect with our customer, it gives us a lot of trust and likability, to be honest. And people believe that the brand is one of us, and that needs to be there. So we can't avoid that actually. And I would encourage that brands should actually look at it.
Okay, but avoid political and social issues.
Yes.
Is that how? Yeah.
So it depends on, as somebody said about the brand, what does the brand stand for? If the brand has been standing for something on social issues, I can see a lot of new age brands have been standing for social issues and have been voicing their opinion or the campaign around that. If the brand stands for that, they must. But some of the brands don't link very well with the social issues, and people believe that they are just being in the discussion for the sake of it. So they will not believe them.
And Sapna, I'd just like to add to it that I think when it comes to moment marketing, at least in a culturally rooted country like India, where people connect with people connect with emotions, it's I think very relevant today. Moment marketing is very, very relevant today. And adding to that, there are certain new fads that have come in, like Mother's Day, Father's Day, so many days that have got added to all the festivals that have also become very important and relevant. There are huge marketing campaigns of crores running on a Mother's Day or a Women's Day or a Father's Day, etc., etc. And that's why it's important, I think, for brands to build content around it and stitch it into their strategy.
Okay. I think the question comes from because we have seen some backlash, like a Tanishq ad and something. So I think it comes from that the intentions were good, but I think it was not received well. Mr. Setia, you wanted to add something to it?
Yeah, so I would say social is definitely a responsibility of the organization. So I would say maybe, there's no harm in talking about this issue. Recently, Facebook has done a beautiful video on women issue, the Eve teasing issue in public and all that. So recently, I just saw a video by Facebook, and it is not just a recent phenomenon by the New Age organization. Even in the olden times, Tata Tea also used to have, Jago Bharat, Jago kind of a campaign, so they had also done that campaign in electronic and print. So social is very much a part of, gaining some kind of stature in the market, in the minds of consumers, that you want to talk about the issues which are bigger than your profit issues. I would say political also. I think in case the art of storytelling can get involved there, and you can communicate the story in a relevant manner, where it is not offensive, but it is actually looking like in the public interest, I think the things can still be taken.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is a double-edged sword.
That's right.
So the last question is that we have been talking about that ChatGPT is there, AI is there, still a lot of things to explore. Everything is still emerging, how things are going to work out in these areas. But and we have been reading stories about ChatGPT writing exam papers, writing resumes, and resignation letters, as well as money recovery. So in real estate, if we have to look at the crystal ball, so to all our speakers, what do you see the future of AI ChatGPT in real estate, if you have to look into the future 10 years down the line? What do you see the impact on real estate? Sunil, starting from you.
Yeah, sure. Actually, Rakesh was raising a finger, but I can start.
Okay.
And Rakesh, you can add there. So for me, like in the next 12 to 18 months, it's going to get integrated with our CRMs. How the salesperson responds to a customer. I've got 1,000 salespeople, by the way, on the street, and each one responds in a different way. So that is going to get integrated with your WhatsApp. It's already done, I think so, but we don't have that yet. So all the responses to customers are going to be smarter. Communication is going to change clearly. It's going to be smarter.
We are going to see it like an integrated part of real estate in the next 10 years.
We are already trying to integrate it in our CRM, so that notifications which they go out so merge mail is the oldest form of
Right.
personalization. Now there's going to be really in your face. The tweet that you dropped on Facebook at 7 p.m. just to sort of increase relevance and hence increase the conversion, which I think Nitin had spoken about, X% of X%, which is 0.3% conversion will go up finally. So that's the impact which is going to happen. Rakesh, you want to?
Integration in your face, Mr. Setia, what do you say? Will it become too much in customers' faces?
No, I would say, see, any technology is actually a double-edged sword. So it is right from the times of calculator, where the bank clerks actually in France, they protested against the innovation of calculators, I think about 100 years back. So technology, at times can create those fears in the mind of people, but technology ultimately is going to be good for the productivity. So this technology is also here to stay. I think it is going to make the communication that much more sharper, that much more focused. But I think, again, as Ritika also mentioned, that it is not going to replace human beings. Human beings will still be required to run it intelligently, to ensure that it is done in line with the overall corporate strategy. So I don't think ultimately, who's going to be responsible for business results. You can't tomorrow blame technology for lack of business results. Ultimately, they would be senior management or senior leaders who will be required to get blamed for the business results not being there. So to that extent, it can't really replace it.
So we still need a human scapegoat.
Absolutely.
So
You can't
Ritika,
blame technology. So you need leaders
can't
for
blame
that.
technology. Correct. So Ritika, what do you see the future of AI in real estate?
I think real estate is going to get more real time with this AI tool coming in, and a lot of quick response mechanism is going to come into the place. So you need to be really thoughtful about how crafted your inputs needs to be, because it cannot be very general and it has to be still personalized. So
Okay.
real time integration will be very much the crux of the AI.
Real-time integration will also change how businesses are working. So we are, how great. So Mr. Rajendran, what do you have to say? How do you see the future with all this AI coming in?
I would say that we cannot avoid the technology. We will have to integrate this technology in our mechanism, in our marketing strategy, because as somebody mentioned earlier about the response time. So if I am still holding on to my archaic methods, I would be late in reaching a particular customer, and especially when I'm dealing with scale. So I think AI and ChatGPT will help me reach my customer faster. So I think speed will become very important going forward. So I think that is where ChatGPT and AI can help me in a big way, especially with the mundane tasks. Definitely, yes. Experience creation, there, yes, human touch would be there. How do we integrate technology with that human touch and make it as real as possible? As some of the technologies about cloning and virtual presence in some of the conferences that we could see sometime. So those things are also possible. Maybe I'll be making a presentation to Mr. Musk, maybe in his conference somewhere. So that is possible.
So
And
it's no more a matter of choice, but yes, we have
yes.
to be adopting it. Mr.
Correct.
Nagpal, how do you see the future with AI is running real estate marketing?
I think, as everybody mentioned, time is the essence, and we have to ensure that we reach out to the customers on a right and fast time. And whatever said and done, yes, the communication will be better. And whatever said and done, I personally believe that we will still need human intervention.
Okay, fantastic. So Kanya, your last words, are we, the customer will be talking to even more chatbots now?
So I think, Sapna, that, 10 years from now, there's going to be a lot of disruptive coexistence, if I may call it, between AI-led technology platforms and humans. AI is here to stay, that's for sure, and humans aren't going anywhere. And, it's human intervention, like I pointed out earlier, that collaboration has to be there. And at the same time, we cannot discount the fact that it's an exciting tool, that it's a disruptive tool. And I think the sooner we learn to adapt it, in our marketing strategy, it will help us stay in the game. And my last line would be that it's a great tool. I think we should learn to harness it instead of completely relying on it. So
that's right.
Yeah.
I think, technology is still a technology. It all depends on how we use it. So fantastic session. I think we got a lot of learning out of this, a lot of fantastic viewpoints from all our speakers today. Thanks, Sunil, for that wonderful moderation of the panel and getting the best out of our speakers. Mr. Nagpal, thank you for joining us. Mr. Rakesh Setia, for your valuable inputs and views on this topic. Ritika, Sukanya, Mr. Rajendran, and Samrat, thank you so much for joining here today for this conclave and this topic, and for giving us those very varied viewpoints on this very controversial or maybe very popularly talked about topic. So with that, we conclude the second edition of Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards Virtual Conclave 2023. And before we move on, let me also once again remind all our viewers that the Realty Plus Idea Awards nominations final deadline has been extended on popular demand till June 6th. So please rush in your entries. Do not miss it again. And Realty Plus Idea Awards will be held on June 15th on the virtual platform. And now let me express our sincere gratitude to all our expert speakers of the day who had been here with us since morning and for making this conclave so informative, interesting, and not to mention, thoughtful.
Thank you. Thank you, Sapna. Thank you, Sunil. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Sunil. Thanks, Sapna.
Thank you, Ritika.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Bye.
Nagpal. Thanks, Samrat.
Bye.
And now let me also say a big thanks to our awesome audience for being here with us today and sharing their queries. And last but not the least, a big thanks to the team Realty Plus for putting together this show so wonderfully. We look forward to seeing you all and having the opportunity of connecting in person too. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.